In this lecture, I will start a new chapter, the Code on Wages 2019, having a weightage of 7 marks. One descriptive question which carries 7 marks you can expect from this chapter. This chapter, the Code on Wages 2019 is substitution of 4 central labor laws. How many labor laws? 4 central labor laws. What are they? Payment of Wages Act 1936, Minimum Wages Act 1948, Payment of Bonus Act 1965, Equal Remuneration Act 1976. Earlier, before 2014, we had total 44 labor laws. First of all, tell me, what is the main objective of labor law? To protect labor from employer malpractices. Labor is the cheapest resource, yes or no? Because our country, we had a more population. So definitely what employers will do, they will try to exploit labor by paying less wages or non-payment of wages. If you take KGF movie, payment of wages is there or not there? Not there. Every day they will supply some food items, that's it. So employers will always try to exploit employees, and these people may be illiterates or they don't know how to deal with employers. So inferior party or weaker section of people. Now to protect this weaker section of people from the industrialist, from the business persons or from the employers, time to time parliament enacted labor laws. How many labor laws total? 44 labor laws. Okay, I understood your objective. Parliament, I understood your objective. 44 labor laws are there for protecting labor. Okay. But what about employers? Now suppose I'm a foreigner, I want to start a business in India, I want to set up a factory in India. So my objective is to do business. Now looking at 44 labor laws, maintaining registers under each and every labor law, maintaining records. Next one, if you look at these laws, one law will define one word in a different way. For example, you take employee definition. Employee excludes apprentice, gratuity. Employee includes apprentice, EPF. You take definition of wages. Gratuity, wages means basic plus DA. EPF, basic plus DA plus retaining allowance. ESI, basic plus DA plus all allowances except employer contribution to PF. Next, gratuity. You remember? So there is no uniformity in the definitions, first thing. And I need to maintain registers with respect to all the labor laws. That means high compliance cost on me. Not only from employer point of view, think about a parliament point of view. If you take ESI, controlling authority, ESI corporation is there, medical benefit council is there, next standard committee is there, regional boards are there. Okay. For gratuity, controlling authority is there. For PF commissioner is there. Now from time to time, to implement these acts, we need to make rules. 44 labor laws means 44 times parliament, government has to frame rules and regulations. Again, appointment of inspectors, delegation of powers, how many times? 44 times. Parliament point of view, clumsy. That means, government point of view, clumsy. Employer's point of view, high compliance burden. Then tell me, do you think is it easy for employer to start a business in India looking at these many labor laws? Parliament point of view, difficulty is there in implementing the laws. And employer point of view, difficulty is there, high compliance. So looking at these two aspects, when BJP came into power, it decided to substitute all 44 labor laws with just 4 codes. In that process only, these 4 central labor laws were substituted with Code on Wages 2019. Simply, Code on Wages, code means summation of laws, summation of acts. More than one act will be covered in the code. But the main ultimate objective is only one objective. The code main objective is same. Here I am not adding ESA Act. Here just I am adding wages, bonus and equal remuneration. That means in all these 4 central labor laws, if you observe, wages is a common term. Gratuity is not common. Gratuity is something, when we will pay gratuity at the time of termination of service. So that's why it is not part of Code on Wages. Factories Act to protection of employees working in the factory, that is a different aspect, that is a separate code. So those labor laws will be enacted in one code. Okay, fine. Now because of having code, what happens, uniformity of definitions will come. Suppose Minimum Wages Act or Payment of Wages Act defining employee in one way, Equal Remuneration Act defining employee in one way, next one Payment of Bonus Act defining employee in one way, defining wages in one way. What happens? It becomes clumsy to understand the definitions and to apply the definitions. Everyone, now 44 labor laws are there, right? Following 43, just to ignoring one, punishment or no punishment, punishment only. 43 defining one word in one way, that one thing defining word another way, I'm unable to interpret it, that's why I didn't follow it. Now you are telling punishment on me, means it's not logical. Now you understood, why this code replaced 4 labor laws. So that means to 4 labor laws, if a definition of wage is given in this code, then that wage definition is common for all 4 labor laws. Employee definition is common for all 4 labor laws. So that is the objective of code ma. Code on wages 2019 was enacted in 2020. It includes, even though it was named as code on wages 2019, but originally it was enacted in 2020. You can see here, you can see here, Lok Sabha gave approval when 23rd July 2019. Rajya Sabha gave approval 2nd August 2019, and President gave consent on 8th August. Notification also given on 8th August. But commencement date is 18th December 2020. The reason is, code or act, we cannot apply this in an isolated manner. To this, we need to add rules. Implementation phase, rules are very, very important. Who will frame rules? Central government. So for notifying the rules, for first framing the rules, notifying the rules, they took almost 1 year. Finally, the code on wages came into force with effect from which year? 2020. Particularly date is 18th December 2020. And this act replaced the 4 central labor laws, as we have seen. And in this chapter, in this code on wages, total 9 chapters are there. Preliminary chapter, minimum wages, payment of wages, payment of bonus, advisory board, payment responsibility, inspector cum facilitator, offenses and penalties, miscellaneous. Like Companies Act, you can see preliminary, incorporation, prospectus, share capital, deposits, charges, like that. Here also, entire code on wages 2019 is divided into 9 chapters having 69 sections. Next, it regulates wages for both workmen and managerial supervisory employees, bringing uniformity in definitions across law and reducing documentation burden. It's enough you maintain one register under this code. One register under this code is equal to registers under 4 labor laws. Now observe carefully, sir. Workman, employee, same or different? Workman, manager, same or different? Different. And earlier days, how they differentiated workman from managerial, managers are like white collar people, whereas workman, blue collar people. You can also remember that scam 1992. So all the employees of stockbrokers, they use it to trade securities in the NSDL, BSc, NSC. They use it to wear some blue color coats. So workman means blue collar person, whereas manager means white collar person. You will see manager in the top management, top level management, workman in the lower level management. So workman is a narrow term, whereas employee is a broader term, because employee includes workman. Bringing uniformity in the definitions across the laws and reducing documentation burden. Suppose, just imagine, employer has to submit returns with central government. For payment of wages, 1 return, minimum wages, 2nd return, bonus, 3rd return, equal remuneration, 4th return. Now because of this code, filing 4 returns sufficient required, 1 return sufficient, 1 return is sufficient. Complaints burden, documentation reduced or not reduced? Reduced. Powers under the code. Central government can regulate wages in special sectors like railways, mines, oil fields. That means CG is having jurisdiction over these entities, these establishments. And state government handles wage related decisions for all other type of employment within the state. Let's see first one, scope and applicability of code on wages. This code extends to whole of India, complete India, and it universalizes, that means uniformity, same, common for all, regarding right to minimum wages, timely payment of wages. In KGF, this is not there. Minimum wages concept are not there, and even timely payment of wages also not there. What happens if minimum wages is not there? If minimum wages is not there, what happens? Industrialists will exploit employees by paying less wages, and employees don't know about these labor laws. They will work for exploitation. They will also contribute because they need money. Human wants, wants are very dangerous, because it convert a person. It can create, it can take person to any extent. Getting the point? For all employees, regardless of wage ceiling or employment sector, whether you're in top management or middle management or low management, or whether your wage is 5,000 or 10,000 or 25,000, immaterial. For all, this code is applicable. Under old law, that means before code on wages, the payment of wages act 1932 applied only to the employees earning up to 24,000 per month. Now code on wages, everyone. That means even if you are drawing salary of 30,000, your salary should be credited by so and so date. Timely payment. In the absence of this provision, what happens? April month salary, I'll pay it in the month of August. May month salary, I'll pay it in the month of December. You are working, you are getting wages timely, out of time, out of time, no use. The minimum wages act 1948 applied only to specific employments listed in the schedule. Suppose you take factories act, applicable only to the factories. Similarly, minimum wages act applicable only to specific employments like clerk level, below supervisory level. So, uniformity there or not there? Not there. The code removes these limitations, ensuring universal application of minimum wages and payment provisions. The code prohibits gender discrimination by same employer in the matters of wages and employment conditions. And the code has no specific section on application but applies to all establishment, all employers, all employees unless specifically exempted under its provisions. For example, mines excluded. For mines, mine labor laws are there. People working in mines, for them separate labor laws are there. Or you take military people, members of armed forces, for them military labor laws are there. Unless excluded, this code is applicable to all establishments, all employers, all employees. Extension of the code. This code applies to all establishments engaged in trade, industry, manufacturing process. That means whether factory or other than factory, like take movie theaters, or take educational institutions, take shopping malls. Everywhere this code is applicable. All types of employees, whether you're skilled, talented, semi-skilled, unskilled. For doing loading and unloading activities, like bricks, we bought some bricks, all those bricks were placed on the roads. Now someone should lift these bricks to 5th floor. For doing these activities, skills, semi-skilled required, unskilled people. Getting my point? Handling the system, handling the machines, we need skilled people. Semi-skilled people, between these two, skilled and unskilled. Supervisory, managerial, regardless of wage ceiling or sector. Whether you're in the supervisory department or management department, also for you also code is applicable. All type of employers who engage workers in their trade, industry, manufacturing activity, yes, covered. Understood? So no specific establishment. All establishments, all employers, all employees should comply with Code on Wages 2019. Next, wages, another important definition. So only one thumb line, only one. What is the thumb line? Code applicable to all establishments, all employees, all employers. Recently we completed ESA Act. If you remember ESA Act, it is applicable only to the factories, including government factory, excluding seasonal factory. That means ESA Act, is it a universal law? No, seasonal factory is not applicable. And factory means where 10 or more workers are employed or were employed on any day in the preceding 12 months. Once applicable, always applicable. Suppose in my factory, right from incorporation till today, only 9 employees are there. ESA Act applicable to my factory? Tell me, ESA Act applicable to my factory? Not applicable. That means universal applicability, specific applicability. Specific applicability. But code on wages is not like that. 1 employee there are, 100 employees there are, 1000 employees there are, not a matter. All establishments, all employees, all employers are covered. Next, wages. Look at the material. Wages means all remuneration, whether as salary, allowances, otherwise expressed in money terms, capable of being expressed in money. That means if I am giving wages in kind, it should be converted into money. For example, market value of lunch I am providing to employees 50, but I am charging only 20 rupees. Now employee is getting a benefit of how much? 30. Express it in monetary form. That means food value, concession value of the food supplied to the employees, concessions, which would be payable to an employee if the terms of employment, whether expressly implied or fulfilled. All type of remuneration, salary, allowances, otherwise everything comes under wages. Okay, but specifically they mentioned these three. Wages include these three, whereas wages excludes these 11 components. Let's see one by one. Basic pay. Basic pay, this is nothing but basic salary. Dearness allowance, I told you dearness allowance is given to compensate increased cost of living. You know, I still remember 2003 when I was in third class. Old students of my teacher came to that school. Old students, it seems. They are earning 15,000 salary. Mechanical engineers, it seems, 15,000 rupees salary they are earning. So my teacher told that he is a rich person. Now, article student is getting 15,000 stipend. That means that mechanical engineer poor? No. At that time 15,000 means rich only. Right now, time value of money, 15,000 lost its value. So that means, cost of living is getting increased. So to compensate cost of living, whatever allowance we are giving, we call it as DA. Retaining allowance, you all know. My establishment operates for only 10 months in a year. That means remaining 2 months, no work, no pay. But still to retain my employees, those 2 months, I'll give some allowance. 40% of the salary, I'll give allowance. That is known as retaining allowance. Now tell me, wages include basic pay, dearness allowance, retaining allowance, if any. If giving, retaining allowance is included. If not giving, not included. Getting my point? Sir, why only these three components? Because these three are fixed and non-conditional. If you are working in my organization, these are the fixed commitments to me. Why following are excluded, I will explain to you. I'll explain you, don't worry. But if you observe carefully, this is the logic, for remaining industrial laws also. In remaining industrial laws also, why salary includes only these three components? I told you, these three are fixed, unconditional. If employee is present, you have to pay this. Suppose, excludes what all are excluded? Bonus. It depends on profits of the company. If company is having more profits, maximum bonus we will pay. If profits are very less, we will pay minimum bonus, sir. Tell me, is this fixed element variable component? Variable component. In 1 year, we got more profits, you got more bonus. That means your wages will be inflated actually. But is it real wage? No. So because of this, wages may be inflated. That's why you exclude these things. If bonus is also fixed commitment, then bonus may be included here itself. It is not a fixed commitment. It's a variable pay. Next, value of facilities like house accommodation, supply of light, water, medical attendance, excluded by etc. are excluded by government order. For example, you are from, rural place. One village, you are from village. And employer, I'm from Chennai. You got selected in a job. So from village, you can't come daily to the Chennai. That's why I'm providing you quarters at free of cost. At free of cost means for you free of cost, but I will incur some expenditure, right? So that expenditure I need to convert in a monetary form. That means, for your quarters, I'm paying, for example, 10,000 rupees. This is nothing but house accommodation perquisite. I'm asking you, is this perquisite I'm giving for all employees? Only non-residents? Only non-residents. Suppose if you are from Chennai, is there any use of giving house accommodation to you? Supply of facilities, light, water. Light means electricity, water, medical attendance. Are these required for you? Suppose you are a healthy employee, your family members are healthy. For you, medical attendance required? Not required. That means all employees claiming these benefits. Only non-resident of that area will claim these benefits. Only non-residents will claim these benefits. So now if you add these things, one employee salary will go up. One employee salary may be constant. So this is also not universal. That's why excluded. Employer's contribution to pension provident fund. This is a contribution of employer or employee? Employer. Are you getting into your pocket? Are you taking this money into your pocket? No. This is not the benefit you are receiving today. If I add it, unnecessary, your wages will increase. It will be inflated. Contribution means, employer will deposit with provident fund to pension fund. This amount when you will get after termination, not today. Understood? Next one, conveyance allowance, travel concession, reimbursement of special expenses, house rent allowance. Again, I'm telling you, these are not available to all employees, only to the non-residents who are coming to Chennai and taking house on rental basis. For them to compensate that rental payments, I'm giving HRA, I'm giving some special expenses, I'm giving traveling expenses. If you are someone staying nearby establishment, for you these benefits available or not available? Not available. Remuneration under court award, settlement to tribunal order. Overtime allowance. Oh, overtime allowance. For working overtime, we will pay double wages. And again, if I add this, what happens? Your wage may be inflated. As a result, you may not come under this act, or you may not come under this code. Suppose if for any provision, certain ceiling is mentioned. You take best example, this one only, 24,000. Payment of wages act only you take. Imagine payment of wages act is there, ceiling limit is 24,000. By including overtime allowance, your wage exceeded 24,000. Are you covered under payment of wages act? But is it correct? No. Overtime depends on, you work in the establishment. So this is also variable pay. Commission, gratuity, retrenchment compensation, retirement benefits, ex gratia payments. Retrenchment compensation means I'm removing you from the employment, but for which, I'll give you 6 months salary as a compensation, because you need to search for new employment. So during this period, you need food, you need shelter, you need basic facilities. That's why I'll compensate you for removing. Now you tell me, second point, third point. Second point, fixed in nature, variable in nature, fixed and unconditional. Whereas third one, it depends on various factors. Conditional amounts, all these are. Few employees are eligible, few employees are not eligible. So if I add this into the wages, unnecessary wages will be inflated. You may not receive correct benefits. You may not be covered under this code. That's the point. Once again, I'm telling you, this code is applicable to all establishments, all employers, all employees, unless exempted. Maybe in any provision, if a person is drawing more than 1 lakh rupee, is exempted to comply this point if they told. Because of adding these points, 1 lakh crossed. Now for you, that provision not applicable means it is not logical. Can I proceed? Next one, special provisions. Special provisions. If the total of excluded items exceeds 50% of the total remuneration, excess shall be added to the wages. A to I, from clauses A to I. You just look at the point, A to I. Why not J and K? J and K you will find when at the time of termination. JK you will find at the time of termination. Whereas A to I you will receive during employment. Now listen carefully. If total of excluded items, interesting point ma, total of excluded items exceeds 50% of total remuneration, excess shall be added to the wages. What it means is, suppose your salary is 40,000. How much? 40,000. These three components put together 17,000 and A to I put together 23,000. Now what lawmaker is making assumption, out of 50,000, out of 40,000, 50% means how much? 20,000. And how much exceeded, exclusions, how much it exceeded? 3,000 exceeded. This 3,000 will be treated as wages. Getting my point? If I consider like this, you tell me, at the time of gratuity calculation, will you get more gratuity or less gratuity? You get more gratuity. You get more gratuity. And PF also you take. Of course, PF is not covered in this code, but just for understanding, I'm giving you example. You take PF also. 12% of basic plus DA plus retaining allowance. If I give more allowances and less basic, less DA, less retaining allowance, you get more provident fund. You get less provident fund. Less provident fund you get. So here the point is, just look at the point. Just look at the point one more time. Your remuneration is, for example, 35,000. Half 17,500. Basic plus retaining allowance plus DA 15,000 and all other allowances are 20,000. Now what we will do, exactly half, how much amount is exceeded? 2,500 is exceeded. This 2,500 will be considered as basic wages, dearness allowance, retaining allowance. Now based on this, your gratuity computation, PF computation, everything, ESI contribution, everything will be determined. Example. Same example you can see here also. 40,000, half means 20,000. So that means 50% of your wages should be fixed. That is the point. First of all, if you look at the wages, it includes all remuneration. But in this remuneration, 50% assured payment you should get. And variable pay can be 50%. Getting it? Now, variable pay up to 20% like that, your employer is telling. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Variable pay up to 60% your employer is telling. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Because variable pay should not exceed 50%. Next point, interesting point. For the purpose of equal wages to all genders, payment of wages, the following excluded components shall still be included for wage calculation. That means, these exclusion components are there, right? A to K, above points. The treatment for men employee, the treatment for women employee should be same. That is the point. Equal wages to all genders. All genders. For the time being, we had 2 genders only, right? Okay, 3 genders also you take. All genders get equal payment of wages, including those excluded components. That means, for men worker, I'll give HRA. For women worker, I won't give HRA. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Women employee also give HRA. No discrimination. Next one, conveyance allowance, travel concession, HRA, remuneration under award settlements, overtime allowance. It's not about A to K, only some selected items. You can see here, these selected items, if you are paying to men employee, you should pay same to woman employee. Remuneration in kind. Particularly you see textiles or bead roll making, bead making or bead rolling or plantations. Particularly factories only you take plantation. Employees reside nearby or employees will reside in the factory premises only. Factory means not near to the machines. So it will be like this, establishment will be like this. Here 25% factory, 25% factory. Remaining place may be employee quarters. Remaining place may be employee quarters. Listen carefully. So if any employee receives part of wages as remuneration in kind, its value up to 15% will be considered as part of wages. Up to 15% of wages can be allowed in kind. The meaning of this point is how much wages can be paid in kind? 15%. In plantations, those who are working nearby plantations or in plantations, they get food from employer. They get some grocery items from employer. So that is also part of wages, but that should not exceed 15%. That means what? Employee will get assured payment in cash. How much in cash? 85% of wages he will get in cash. Understood? Tell me, 2 limits are there, ma. What are the 2 limits? One is fixed component should be minimum 50%. That means, variable component should not exceed 50%. Second thing is in kind. In cash, in kind. In kind, what is the maximum limit? 15%. Everyone. Next, employee. Our hero only. For employer, he is a villain. Whereas for our code, he is hero. Let's see who is an employee, who is a workman. Employee is any person except apprentice under Apprentice Act 1961 because he is a trainee. He is learner, not earner. Who is employed for wages in an establishment to do skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled, whether manual or operational, supervisory, managerial, administrative, technical, clerical. Suppose finance manager in company is there. He is a chartered accountant. Skilled person. You are also employee under this code. Okay. Accounts manager is there. Semi-skilled. He's not a chartered accountant. He's a semi-qualified chartered accountant. Semi-skilled. You are also employee. Juniors are there, they're not having that much knowledge. They're learning from the accounts manager, but they are not trainees, they are not apprentice. No, you also employ skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled. Whether you are operating on the machines or you are operating on the manual operations or machine operations, whether you are in the supervisory role, managerial role, administrative role, technical role, clerical role, everyone is covered as an employee only. But the point is, he must be employed for wages. He must be employed for wages. Suppose I told you ITC company appointed me to conduct cost audit. They are paying remuneration to me. They employed me for wages. No. This is professional fees. Now, am I employed to ITC company? No. Am I just a consultant? Am I covered here? Not covered. This applies whether the employment terms are written or implied. Yes. Employment contracts may be in writing, may be implied. Suppose you take casual workers. For casual workers also documentation work will be done. No. Whereas fixed tenure, 3 years, 5 years contracts, their employment agreements will be in writing. It also includes anyone the appropriate government declares as an employee. If appropriate government points out, casual worker, you are also an employee, or security guards, you are also employee, canteen workers, you are also employee, like that appropriate government can declare any person as an employee, but excludes, just now I told you, armed forces of union, because for them military labor laws are already there. Those labor laws will take care of those employees. Next to workman. Workman is a narrow term, I told you. How? Let's see. Workman is any person except apprentice. This is same. Who is employed in any industry to perform manual, unskilled, skilled, technical, operational, clerical, supervisory work. Up to here same. For hire or reward same. Whether employment is in writing or implied same. It includes working journalist, sales promotion employees. It excludes. Now here you will see. It excludes, particularly see the third point, particularly see the fourth point. These people are employees, but these people are not a workmen. This shows differentiation between blue collar person, blue collar person and white collar person. These people are known as white collar person, who are in the managerial role, who are in the administrative department, supervisory. And what is the wage limit? Above 15,000 per month. Now here also wages means what? Basic plus DA plus retaining allowance. If you add excluded components, what happens? Overinflation happens. May not be covered in this role. That's what. So it excludes managers, administrators, supervisors. Also excludes Air Force, police service, or as a prison officer, jailer. Our Rajnikant sir is there, right? Jailer. Jailer is not a workman. Jailer is an employee. Next, Army Act, Navy Act. Air Force, Army, Navy, jets, etc. Army means military. Navy means water only, right? All those submarines. I think Navy people wear white dress. Even Air Force also wear white dress only. Army will wear the dress is that color is different. So, Navy blue. Okay, represents water, so blue. Air Force white. Army, I think gunmetal color. I think. Okay. An examination won't come. Ignore. Next. Now, first act I am going to start. The first act in this Code on Wages is Equal Remuneration Act. Equal Remuneration Act. In this lecture, I'll complete Equal Remuneration Act and Minimum Wages Act. So, Equal Remuneration Act, let's see. Prohibition of discrimination on the grounds of gender. Tell me, gender discrimination, there or not there are right now? Earlier, women empowerment schemes are there. But right now, I think after 10 years, we need to start men empowerment schemes. Because everywhere, woman is there. Lawmaker is an old person, no ma. So please, ignore him. Accept his sorry. Senior most person, 6 year plus person writing the provision. For him, women empowerment is the concept. Right now, men empowerment will have to come. Okay. In any establishment or any unit or its unit branches you take, there shall be no gender based discrimination among employees by the same employer regarding wages for same work or work of similar nature. Suppose same work, a manager is there. Male manager, we are paying salary of 15,000. Female, oh, you are just female, no? So take 12,000 only. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Equal remuneration. Now, this point tells one more, this provision tells one more. Employer shall not reduce wages of any employee. Suppose, instead of increasing female employee salary, I'll reduce male employee salary. Can I do this? You can't do this looking at this point. For employer, increasing female staff salaries is not liking. He is not liking to increase female staff salaries. That's why he want to reduce male workers' salaries. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Discrimination based on sex, whether while recruiting employees for the same work or work of similar nature in the conditions of the employment. But one case you can show discrimination. Like, factories where hazardous process is going on. Fast moving machines. If you allow female workers to work there, imagine just a sari ending piece. If it is caught by the machine, what happens? That female worker will die. So that's why dangerous manufacturing process activities simply stop allowing women. So when the employment of women is prohibited or restricted by any law currently in the force. So there, if women tell women empowerment, we should also allow them. Let them die, they die. Let them die, they die. That's it. So where manufacturing process is very dangerous, and where a law is particularly telling don't allow women to that places. Don't allow. Suppose if you take Factories Act, a man can work any shift, in 24 hours, any shift, like morning 8 to 8 or night 8 to 8. Allowed us are allowed, but female is not allowed. Now, sir, gender discrimination is there. No, sir. Factories Act is telling for female workers, don't allow them to work after 10 night or morning before 5, like that. Factories Act is telling. So there, when Act is telling, follow the statute. Are you getting my point? If female workers should work, between 10 and 5, special permission from state government is required. That Factories Act, in Factories Act, that provision will come. Ignore, for the time being, ignore. So tell me, while fixing the remuneration, male workers and female workers will be paid same salary or different salary? Or same salary. Same worker, similar worker, same salary. Suppose, manager is there 15,000. Female clerk is there 10,000. Allowed, sir? Allowed. Because that fellow is manager, this fellow is clerk. Standing in the same role or similar work, same salary. Looking at female salary, can I reduce male salary, sir? No, not allowed. Next, Equal Remuneration Act completed, only one provision, small provision. Our next act is Minimum Wages Act. Minimum wages. What is the objective of minimum wages? So that employees should be paid reasonable pay. In the absence of minimum wages, what happens? Employer will fix low remuneration. Like 1,000 per month he will fix. With 1,000 per month, how employee or his family can survive? So reasonable pay, it ensures reasonable pay to employee. That means industrialist malpractices can be controlled. Minimum wages fixed or revised by appropriate government may include, here appropriate government, for railways, ports, you remember appropriate government means central government, local establishments, state government. Basic rate of wages and cost of living allowance. Here itself you write cost of living allowance means DA only, which is an allowance adjusted from time to time as per the directions of the appropriate government based on the changes in the cost of living index number. They will take 1 year as a base month. Suppose I will take 2021 as a base year, 100 rupees. Imagine 100. 2021 100 is equal to 2025 150 rupees I told. That means in 2021, if you are getting a DA of 1 lakh rupee, if you are getting a dearness allowance of 1 lakh rupee, by 2025 it should be increased to how much? 1,50,000 proportionately. Suppose by 2030 this cost of living index number is 225. That means by 2030 dearness allowance should become how much? 2,25,000 rupees proportionately. Next, basic rate of wages with or without cost of living allowance plus cash value of concessions for essential commodities supplied at concession rate if authorized. These equations are entirely different. Let me write here itself. Generally, government employees will get basic as well as DA. Private employees, they won't get DA, they get amount, but it is not termed as DA, it may be termed as some special allowances. So basic with or without DA, that means if DA is there, you'll be covered in A. If DA is not there, then basic plus cash value of concession, cash discount. Simply I told you, right? Market value of lunch is given to you per day is 50. 50 into 25 days, you are working 25 days, 50 into 25 means 1250. But employer is charging only 20 rupees. Sorry. Employer is charging 20 rupees. 20 into 25 days, 500 rupees is collecting from you. That means 750 rupees is the cash value of concession. So basic plus cash value of concessions. All inclusive rate that includes basic, DA, cash value of food concessions. Very simple. Option A, basic plus DA. Option B, basic plus cash value of food concession. Option C, all three components are there, basic plus DEA plus cash value of concessions. So minimum wage can be fixed like this, depending on the industry, depending on the sector. Getting my point? So you tell me, minimum wages, do you think it is common for throughout India? No. Suppose you tell me, cost of living in Mumbai, cost of living in a village, same or change? Definitely changes. Mumbai, 80,000 rupees room rent. 80,000. If you want single bedroom 1 BHK, cheaply 40,000 you have to pay. In Mumbai, 40,000 is for 1 BHK. If you want 4 BHK, 2 lakhs rupees, very cheap only. That is Mumbai. That's why everything, mafia, etc., you will find in Mumbai only. Many movies you have seen in Mumbai, right? You know, Mumbai is the costliest area. According to me, next costliest area may be Chennai only. Here also you can see the prices are very, very high. Particularly you think about, house rents only. One area, just 3 BHK is 1 lakh rupee. In T Nagar, 2 BHK is 50,000 rupees. Whether they are constructing building on these rents or not, I am not getting that much rents we are paying. Now, so cost of living in Chennai is different from cost of living in Mumbai. Cost of living in Mumbai is different from cost of living in rural areas. So now if you fix a 5,000 rupee minimum wage for all employees across India, means it's a big crime only, because Mumbai employees will die. So depending on geographical area and also depending on the skills, for skilled people also 5,000, for unskilled people also 5,000, for semi-skilled also 5,000, means skilled people will die. So skilled people minimum 10,000. Semi-skilled 7,500, unskilled 5,000. So minimum wages depends on what factors? Skill of an employee, cost, place of living. These two factors, they will consider. Sir, you told code on wages is universal. It is same for all employees. No, sir. Yeah, it is same for all employees. This code is applicable for all employees, but depending on geographical location and depending on the skill, amounts will change. That's it. I'm not telling you are not covered, you are covered. I'm not telling you all are covered, but limits only changes. Cost of living elements and cash value of concession for essential commodities at concession rate shall be calculated by an authority appointed by appropriate government through a notification done at such intervals in such a manner as directed by government from time to time. So how this fixation happens? The second point, continuation. Minimum wages, who will fix it, sir? And is there any revision? So who will fix it? Fixation of minimum wages happens in two ways. One is committee method, other one is notification method. Committee method, you will find representatives of employers, representatives of employees, independent persons. These people will form a committee, syndicate. Simply it's a syndicate, it's a meet committee. Why we need employees? Because their interest is there, their interest is involved, their pay only. Why employers? If you fix more wages, employers will die, because employer has to pay salary. At the same time, if you fix low wages, employees will die. So both parties interest is there. So employee representative, and independent person also required. How many people? Minimum 1/3 of the total members, so that meeting will be conducted in a unbiased way. Or else what happen? Employer will argue, employees will argue, that means representatives will argue, meeting will not happen. So independent persons, how many? 1/3 of the total members should be independent people. So the appropriate government may appoint many committees as needed to hold inquiries, recommend fixation or revision of minimum wages. Suppose, today I fixed minimum wage as 25,000 rupees. After 10 years also 25,000 relevant. That means what it need? It need revision. Both for fixation as well as revision, committees may be formed. And these committees may make inquiries. So what is the cost of living? So and so area, so and so place. They will make inquiries and they will fix minimum wages. After recommendation, appropriate government shall by notification fix or revise minimum rates of wages. Unless mentioned otherwise, notification comes into force after 3 months from the date of its issue. Today, appropriate government issuing notification. From the date of specification, you need to follow. But it will be definitely after 3 months only. Why 3 months? Why 3 months? I should give some time limit to understand the provisions and to make arrangements for compliance. Suppose 10 o'clock traffic police made an announcement. All diesel cars will be banned immediately. Now any diesel car on the road, penalty of 1 lakh rupee. Now what car owners will do? They will leave that car on road only and they will go to their home. Why? If they drive cars, 1 lakh penalty, right? So minimum time, 6 months, give me time, so that they will sell the cars, disposal of cars will happen. Here also, for making arrangements, you revise the salary. Employer has to make a budget, yes or no? So far he made a budget of, for example, 1 crore to the employees. Now due to revision, it became 1.25 crore. So give me 3 months time for compliance. So 3 months is like a transition period. Understood? So unless otherwise mentioned, notification will come into force when? After 3 months. Suppose you take parliament, when they enacted this one, 2019, code on wages 2019 they enacted, but immediately it came into force. They took almost 14 months for bringing it into force. Notification method. Here no committees. Appropriate government shall publish its proposal to the affected persons, that means both employees and employers. The proposal must specify a date not less than 2 months from the notification date by which it will be considered. That means if you are affected with the notification, your interest got affected, sir, this is very less, sir. Employer, this is very more. Make your recommendations. Within how many months? Within 2 months from the notification date. After receiving representations, appropriate government, after considering all representations received by specified date, shall by notification fix a revised minimum rate of wages. Unless otherwise stated, notification also comes into force after 3 months from the date of its issue. Note, if appropriate government proposes to revise wages using notification method, it shall consult advisory boards. In ESI, for ESI corporation, what is the advisory board? Medical Benefit Council Standing Committee. Here, for appropriate government, what is the advisory, board? Obviously advisory board only. Now tell me, is there any difference between committee method and notification method? Yes, committee method, it's like a democracy. Employees, employers, they decide. Whereas notification method, it is something fixed by appropriate government. In first case, you will find democracy. In second case, you will find fastness. Very quick. Very quick. Notification will come quickly. Because committees, they take more time for meetings, for making proposals. But employer participation is there. Democracy is there in second case, committee method. Whereas very quick process is there in notification method. You understood? Next, timeline for review or revision. Appropriate government shall revise minimum wages at least once every 5 years. Environment is not static, and time value of money also not static. Today 1 rupee, tomorrow 1 rupee, both are not same. Tomorrow means after 1 year. So every 5 years requires revision. That's it. Fixation of minimum wages. Now this minimum wages fixation is of two ways. One is time work. That means 8 hours day you are working. Each day how many hours you are working? 8 hours. For each hour, imagine 10 rupee. 8 hours into 10 rupee means 800 per day. This is the minimum wage for unskilled person. Skilled person, 12 rupees. 800 into 12, 960 per day. Like that. Maybe semi-skilled, 11 rupee. Like that, for skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled, separate wages will be fixed. Piece work, number of pieces on which you are working. Suppose each day you are working on 10 pieces. Per piece, 2 rupees is the, for example, 2 rupees, sorry. Per piece, imagine 5 rupees is the minimum wage. So 10 into 5 means 500 per day. But piece rate should not be lesser than time rate. Piece rate should not be lesser than time rate. Why? Because today I'm not having employer is not having any orders. So employer is not giving any work to employees, or giving very less work, only 1 piece or 2 pieces. Now he working on 2 pieces, 2 into 5 rupees means 10 into 5 means 500. You have to tell 100 pieces. Each day I can work on 100 pieces. Each piece I'll pay 5 rupees. 100 pieces into 5 means how much? 500 per day. 500 per day. Now, if there is no work, or if there is very less work, accordingly if I pay piece rate, what happens? The employee get correct salary, less salary. Less salary only. If employee is working on less number of pieces, why he is working less number of pieces? Because employer is not giving work. Now getting less salary means, tell me, food, shelter, education of children, next basic medical facilities, all this comes under necessaries. Can he meet necessaries with the reduced pay? Not possible. That's why appropriate government tells that if you are going with piecework calculation, that piecework calculation should not be below time work calculation. If piecework calculation is higher than time work, no problem, ultimately employee should be benefited. My agenda is benefit of employees only. If employee on a piecework basis, the government, if employees are on a piecework basis, government must also fix minimum wage rate to ensure that at least time work minimum wages they will get. Suppose on 100 pieces he can work. How many hours? 8 hours. In case of time work, he is getting 800 per day. If I fix 5 rupees, 100 into 5 means 500. Is he getting a correct remuneration or less remuneration? Less remuneration. That's why here fixed piece rate as 8. Suppose no work, sir, only 50 pieces, employer gave, employee worked on 50 pieces only, sir. Now piece rate will be 16. Why? So that he will get reasonably assured pay. For the time work, wages may be fixed for any time, any of the more of the following wage periods, any one or more of the following wage periods: hourly pay, daily pay, monthly pay. Hourly pay means 8 hours into 10 rupee. Daily pay means 800 rupees. Monthly means 800 into 25. For fixing minimum wages, appropriate government shall consider skill level, geographical area. I told you, unskilled, semi-skilled, skilled, highly skilled, geographical area, or both. May also consider for certain worker categories, that is the ordinariness of work, that is extreme temperature, humidity, hazardous occupations, underground work. Underground work. Suppose you can see, municipality people who works in, drainage system. So for them, maybe pay will be increased because their health is connected with the work. More work, what happens? Their work will be affected. Suppose person working on hill areas or person working nearby Himalayas, for example, ice area. So there, based on the temperatures, based on the severity of the work, based on the health factor, fixation of minimum wages will come. I mean, fixation of wages also covers extreme working conditions. The norms for such fixation shall be prescribed by government. How these rules and regulations will be framed, it will be decided by government. Minimum wage rates will change depending on the skills required, hardship, that means severity of the work, geographical location. Array, this is summary of fourth point, simply. Fourth point, some 7 lines are there. Simplified in just 2 lines, this is the point. Minimum wages will depends on skills, hardship of the work, geographical location. Next, fixation of floor wage. Now, floor wage means floor only, right? Ground floor, first floor, second floor. Here, floor means cap, ceiling. It's not ceiling. Ceiling means upper circuit. Floor means lower circuit. Lower circuit. Minimum wage is different to floor wage is different. Minimum wage is something, it should be above floor wage or equal to floor wage, but it should not be lesser than floor wage. I'll tell you. Central government shall fix floor wage by considering minimum living standards of a worker in the manner that may be prescribed. Different floor wage may be fixed for different geographical areas. Suppose for Mumbai, floor wage may be some 25,000. For Chennai, floor wage may be 14,000. For my hometown, Vijayawada, maybe 12,000 is the floor wage. Hyderabad, metropolitan city, floor wage may be some 13,000 rupees. Again telling, floor wage and minimum wage both are not same. Floor wage means this is the lower circuit. Beyond this, you can't fix minimum wage. Minimum wage can be equal to floor wage or it can exceed floor wage, but it can't be below floor wage. So tell me, who fixed floor wage? Central government. Central government fixed floor wage. The minimum rate of wages fixed by appropriate government. Now, minimum wages who will fix? For some establishments CG, for some establishments SG. Now, when SG is fixing a minimum wage rates, it shall not be less than floor wage. Sir, why SG will fix a minimum wage below floor wage? To attract foreign direct investment. For example, Kia company is there. I don't know about industries in Chennai particularly, but Kia company came to Anantapur district in Andhra Pradesh. So to attract a Kia company, suppose Andhra Pradesh government is telling here for workers, even if you pay 5,000 per month also sufficient. Now what happens to the employer? What happens to the investor? Oh, labor wage is very very less, so we can save more money, we can get more profits, like that they may come. It also helps in exploitation of labor only. State government, for attracting industrialists, can't keep minimum wage below floor wage. You understood the concept? Yeah. Again telling same logics ma, I'm telling more logics in this chapter. Same logics are applicable to remaining chapters. That means ESI, gratuity is simple topic only, calculation of gratuity. Next one, PF also calculation only. ESI Act somewhat, it's a mixture, 50% concept to 50% to procedures. Factories Act complete procedure only. So for concept to and procedures, this is the same logic applicable. If the minimum rate of wages already fixed by the appropriate government are more than floor wage, then appropriate government shall not reduce minimum rates of the wages. That means minimum rates, already fixed ma. Some 31,000 for Mumbai already fixed. First what got fixed? Minimum wages got fixed. Later, central government announced floor wage as 25,000 rupees. Now looking at this floor wage, again can I reduce minimum wage to 25,000 sir? No. Already fixed floor minimum wages can't be reduced. That means here fixation of minimum wage happened first, fixation of floor wage happened next. Looking at floor wage, you can't reduce minimum wage. Suppose if minimum wage is already less than floor wage, sir, then minimum wage you have to increase it such a way that it should match with floor wage, or it should go beyond floor wage. Can I proceed? Everyone, next. Central government before fixing floor wage take advice of advisory boards and state governments in the manner prescribed. Why the central government always consulting SG, always consulting advisory boards? It's better central government you resign. Madam Nirmala? Oh, no, 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 no. It's not Nirmala Madam work. Nirmala Madam is for only finance matters, corporate affairs matters, some other. Why always consulting these people? Decisions also they can't take own. Over dependency. Like that we see. But the point is, central government at central level, they don't know about local levels. So for that, they need to consult state government. That is a reason why they consult state government. Next one, wages of employee working less than normal working day. Suppose normal working day means 8 hours If you work for 8 hours, you will get a pay of 800 rupees for example. Now worker is working for 6 hours only, or 4 hours only, or 2 hours only. Then how much pay he should receive? That is the point. And the answer is he should get 800 rupees in all the cases. Why? Employer, you are not having work. You kept employee idle. If employee is idle and you are paying less salary means his basic necessaries, food, clothing, shelter, will they get reduced? No. It's up to you. You have to provide necessary work to him, or else remove him. He will find some other employer who can provide work. So if it is employer fault of giving reduced hours, hours got reduced because of employer fault. Now employer cannot reduce wages. If an employee whose minimum rate of wages is fixed per day under this code works for less than normal working hours on any given day, he shall still be entitled to the wages as if he had worked a full normal working day. So that means, he worked for 6 hours, but what assumption we are taking? 8 hours. 4 hours only he worked actual hours, but we assume it as 8 hours. Exceptions, he will not be entitled to full day wages if unwilling to work. Sir, I'm feeling lazy, sir, I can't work today, sir. If you are not showing willingness, then why should I pay? Why should I compensate you? No work, no pay. And not because employer failed to provide work. In other cases, circumstances as may be prescribed. Suppose COVID you take. Employee is ready to work. Employer is ready to provide work. But COVID is stopping. Getting it? Next, wages for 2 or more classes of work. In this case, it depends on government rules. Maybe government can announce minimum wage, you just pay him proportionately so that he will be protected, his family members may be protected. So their reduction may be allowed, may not be allowed. It's up to the government. From time to time they may frame rules and regulations. But Surya sir, whatever movie sir is doing, that is happening. He did Seventh Sense movie, same happened. Another movie, it's a release of some small insects which will eat all the crops. Actually, he worked for a prime minister. That prime minister died. Mohanlal. That movie only. That movie only. Mohanlal is prime minister. Later, his son Arya sir. His name is Arya sir. He became a prime minister. So same thing happened 2 3 years back. Hmm. Whereas Rajnis are doing movies, those scams are happening. For example, you take Shivaji movie only. Sahara group of companies inspired from Shivaji movie, they did same practice. Private placement maximum possible to how many people? 200 people. This fellow made private placement with respect to 8 crore people. So all these people, I know them. Each fellow deposited 3,000 rupees. Now total amount how much? 24,000 crores. Suddenly 24,000 crores came into the company. SEBI, one person whose ego hurt with this fellow, Sahara group of companies, he raised allegation. Without prospectus, he went for a public offer. Sir, this is not public offer, sir. In my company, over a period of time, people deposited chit amounts. Now it's time to withdraw that chit. Instead of withdrawal, we gave them securities. Company knows them, they know company. Why advertisement, why prospectus like that? Mr. Roy is selling. Later, upon verification, came to know that 3/4 of the investors are bogus investors. Because at that time, Aadhaar card is not popular. Before 2010, Aadhaar card is not there. After 2011 only, Aadhaar card became popular. I got my Aadhaar card in 2011. So fake PAN cards easily created. Fake bank accounts can be created. So black money in the name of bogus investors, he brought into white money. Later, when scam got revealed, again they converted immediately. Sir, we repaid, sir. Till today, that is a scam only, unrevealed scam. Why? Because he created that scam perfectly. He issued debentures, optionally fully convertible debentures. On debentures, what company will pay? Interest. On interest, he deducted TDS also. He deposited TDS with government also, with Congress government. After 2014, Congress government changed. BJP government came. Now BJP government, the questioned the genuinity of investors. Roy management told that, sir, we paid TDS. We paid TDS means what? PAN cards there are not there are there. Congress government said, okay, yes, people are there. Then why can't you see the people? Where earlier government can see the investors, now why can't you see it? That means blame will be with whom? Government. That's why government kept silent. Scam also silent only. You read it. Interesting story actually. I will show you. I'll show you a story. Just a storyline I'll show you. Sahara case study. Sahara India. See 12,000, some 24,000 crores in amount involved. See tune of 23,500 crores. Maybe 8 crore individuals or 3 crore individuals. I'm not sure. So without issuing prospectus, they made allotment of securities for how much? 23,500 crores. So advertisement has been given in how many newspapers? 144 newspapers. How many times? 4 times. Looking at advertisement, how many people came and collected amount? Only 64 crores. Now Sahara management is telling we already paid amount, sir. Only 4,600 investors came to collect only 64 crores. That means what? Other amount we already paid. Now, immediately they asked for applications. Those applications, you just observe carefully. Okay. I told wrong, ma. I told 8 crore individuals, but only 3 crore individuals. So those application forms, they deposited in how many trucks? 127 trucks application data. And you can see here, apparently, that 127 trucks containing how many carton boxes? 31,669 boxes. And apparently, this had resulted in huge traffic jam on the outskirts of Mumbai. Why you are sending those carton boxes on due date? Before only you can send it. That means fake investors are there. You can see here huge traffic jam outskirts. 127 trucks means you imagine. So in a queue, if they are going, just imagine about a KGF only trucks going in a line. There, no traffic jam at all. 127 trucks on Mumbai roads means festival only traffic. As a result, what happened? See, there resulted a huge traffic jam on outskirts of the Mumbai, where the regulator is headquartered. SEBI, on the other hand, because trucks reached after office hours, SEBI rejected second batch of files, which, as per Sahara, contained 25% of investor information. And you can see here, it has been reported that Sahara paid 725 crores as TDS to the department, which along with investment was repaid 95% between 2009 and 10. Income tax authorities has found that beneficiary investors were exist and accordingly confirmed repayments made in those particular years. One of the Sahara's argument is apex court revolved around the fact that if government body has found investors, one government body found investors, why can't other government body? Interesting case. 127 trucks, traffic jam, some information missing. That means, they sent valid information first. Invalid information, they kept last. SEBI also, to book Mr. Roy, they accepted only within hours evidence. After hours evidence, they didn't accept. Mr. Roy has rejected allegations of misconduct and has alleged Indian Congress of witch hunt due to the opposition of Sonia Gandhi over becoming the country's prime minister. Oh, now Roy is also not there. Mr. Roy recently died. This is a dispute between private placement and prospectus. That's it. All interesting things will happen in India. India is great country. All Indians are. Yes. No. I think it's not a pledge. I think India is our country. But I'm telling India is great country. Anything is possible, ma. Here, an illiterate person can become. No. I don't want to. I don't want to scold officials. But I'm telling. Chalo. Other countries are, I don't know. I never visited other countries. Because if I like other country, I won't come to India. If I don't like other country, I'll scold myself why I visited that country. So let me stay here in India itself only. That's it. If an employee performs 2 or more class of work, from where we went our discussion, okay, it went like that, okay. Come back. If an employee performs 2 or more classes of work, each with a different minimum rate of wages, employer must pay at least minimum rate applicable to each class for respective time. Suppose one employee, he is acting as a manager for 6 hours and as a clerk for 2 hours. 2 roles he is participating in how many roles? 2 roles. For managerial work, each hour 100 rupees. For clerk role, each hour, for example, 50 rupees. Now, how wage determination happens, here 8 into 50, no, if you tell like this, definitely he will die. So how wage determination happens, 6 hours into 100 plus 2 hours into 50, 700 rupees. It's like, calculation of gratuity. You remember gratuity calculation, pre-disablement, post-disablement, similarly. Can I proceed? Minimum time rate wages per piece work. If a person is on a piece work, but minimum time rate is fixed under the code, employer must pay at least minimum time rate. That's what I'm telling you. Piece work you fixed, okay. But that day, very less number of pieces you provided, very less number of pieces he worked on it. Now, if you pay less wages, his necessaries will be affected. He can't meet his necessaries expenditure. That's why at least you pay time rate. So finally, time rate or piece rate, whichever is higher, you follow it. That's it. If piece rate is lower, pay time rate. If piece rate is higher than time rate, pay piece rate only. Can I proceed? Next, simply BD rolling, work from home, workers, home workers. For them, payment will be done on piecework basis. Tailoring also, if you see tailoring also, government may give some contracts like some 50 shirts for municipal corporation people, some 500 shirts or some 1000 shirts like that, contract will be given. So per piece, how many pieces you worked on, per piece they will pay money. Can I? Next, work hours, overtime. So up to here, minimum wages next, payment of wages. I'll give you break. After that, payment of wages. So only 2 points are there. We'll discuss very fast, very quick. Where minimum rate of wages have been fixed under this code, appropriate government may fix the number of hours that will form a normal working day. For example, 8 hours as a normal working day, including 1 or more specified intervals. That means 8 hours at a stretch. No. 5 hours one shift, 30 minutes break, balance 3 hours. Or else 4 hours one shift, 30 minutes break, again 4 hours. No worker should work more than 5 hours at a stretch continuously, because physical strain happen. Physical strain or mental strain may happen. Provide for a day of rest in every 7-day period. Sunday is holiday, right? To be allowed to all employees or a specified class of employees, and also provide remuneration for such day of rest. So Sundays paid days. That means if you are working for 6 days, you will get remuneration for 7 days. Provide for payment of work done on a day of rest at a rate not less than the overtime rate. That means on Sunday, if you are coming and if you are working, actually what is Sunday? Rest day, no work, but payment is there. But you are coming and working. Now also normal pay means you will die. You will cry. Employee will cry. That's why Sunday, if you are working, you will get double wages, 2x. The above provisions will apply to the following class of employees only to the extent and subject to the conditions that may be prescribed. Employees engaged in emergency could not have been foreseen or prevented. Emergency established. Emergency, for example, you take hospital industry only. Huge diseases are coming. COVID case only you take. Now all employees, in hospitals, nurses, it's an emergency only. For them emergency, or workload is heavy, workload is very very high. So subject to these conditions, above provisions will apply. Generally, Sunday holiday na, working day na, holiday. COVID cases are rising. Now whose work will increase? Doctors. Now can doctor tell Sunday today rest day, I won't work? Patient will die. Yes or no? Sunday working day, so on Sunday holiday I won't come to hospital means patient will die. So that's what, depending on the emergency. Employees doing preparatory complementary work that should be done outside normal working limits. For example, you take carriers, trucks only you take. 99% trucks will travel night times only because they carry heavy loads. Morning time, if they come onto the road, what happens? Heavy traffic jam will happen. So that's why morning time they will be parked somewhere outskirts. And evening time, after 10 o'clock only, they will start their journey. Or else you also you also check out these travels, bus travels. Morning bus travels will be there, but night only these private travels people will do work. So depending upon the work, employees whose employment is essentially intermittent, employees doing work that must be for technical reasons to be completed before duty ends, employees engaged in work that depends on irregular action of natural forces. So intermittent works you can see here. Power supply, water supply you take. Generally water supply happens at what time? Morning 4 to 6. Power supply 24 hours. Now with respect to power generation units, employees will be there not only at morning time but also at evening time. Next you take trains, for example railways you take. Pilots, we call them as loco pilots. So train is traveling from Chennai to, for example, Chennai to Hyderabad. One complete day he will work. Second complete day he will take rest. Getting my point? One day. At the same time, you look at these people, bus drivers. Night times they work. Morning time they take break. Like that. Not regular intervals. Irregular intervals. Next one, technical reasons. Suppose you are accountant. By 20th you need to file GST return. So that means you should prepare complete data by 20th itself. It's already 18, data compilation is going on. So you feel that 2 working days is not sufficient. Now evening, night time also you will work. Technical reasons. Irregular action of natural forces. Suppose earthquake happened. Now rescue team, whether it is evening or night, they should come and work, yes or no? Suppose earthquake happened night time, we are calling rescue team to come and operate. Rescue team told this is night time, it's time to sleep, we won't come. Correct? Fire accident happened at 12 o'clock, midnight 12 o'clock. Now fire people, fire extinguisher people, they are telling it's 12 o'clock, it's sleeping time, don't disturb us. D and D. Then ash only. Going to that place, taking ash and keeping it on head, that's it. So depending on natural forces, calamities, work timings may differ. That means above things subject to below conditions. Wages for work overtime. If an employee whose minimum rate of wages is fixed under this code, whether by hour, day, longer wage period may be prescribed, work beyond normal working hours. Suppose 8 hours, I told 8 hours, but you are making employee to work for 10 hours. Overtime is how many hours? 2 hours. For 2 hours it's not normal wage, it's overtime. Overtime you have to pay. And what is the overtime allowance, sir? It's a 2x, 2 times of the normal wages. The employer must pay overtime wages for every extra hour or part of an hour worked at a rate not less than twice. This ensures employee working for longer hours getting great benefit, or this prevents employers. How it prevents employers? Over time, it will definitely affect employee health, physical strain, mental strain. During normal hours only, you make employee to work. So if you are asking employee to work more hours, paying normal wage means it will not compensate his physical strain or mental strain. So if you are paying twice means, first thing, employee is getting better compensation. Second thing, it prevents employers from allowing employees to overtime. So for employers, tell me, double wages means a burden or not a burden? Burden. Not for complete hours, ma. Only for overtime, pay double wages. So it is an expenditure to employer. So employer will not go with overtime. During normal hours only, he make employees to work. Now employee health will be protected. Getting the point? So now tell me, what is the overtime wage rate? What is the overtime wage rate? 2x of normal wage rate. With this, minimum wages completed. So let's continue our discussion with the next topic. Our next topic is payment of wages. But before that, we'll quickly revise the concepts which I covered in previous class. Tell me, Code on Wages 2019, it is a replacement of how many central labor laws? 4. Payment of Wages Act, Minimum Wages Act, Payment of Bonus Act, Equal Remuneration Act. In this Code on Wages, we had 9 chapters divided into 69 sections. Extent, it is applicable to whole of India. Main objective, universalizes right to minimum wages, timely payment of wages. And it allows gender discrimination, prohibits gender discrimination. Prohibits gender discrimination. And this code is to amend and consolidate labor laws with respect to wages, bonus, and all other matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Applicability, tell me, all establishments are, few establishments are? All employers are, selected employers are? All employees are only clerical staff are? All employees. Wages, here wages means wages includes only 3 components: basic, DA, RA. Excludes all other things: bonus, perquisites, employer contribution to PF, pension, conveyance, and different special expenses means reimbursement of expenses, HRA, award settlement, OT allowance, commission, gratuity, retrenchment, compensation. And total remuneration, if it is some amount, suppose 20,000, fixed component should have minimum 50%. Variable component should not exceed 50%. If variable components exceed 50%, that excess I will treat it as wages only. That means basic plus DA plus RA. Next, employee, any person other than apprentice, other than apprentice, employed on wages by any establishment to do these are the works: skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled, manual, operational, supervisory, administrative, managerial, technical, clerical. Managerial, they make decisions. Administrative will implement decisions. Supervisory, follow the decisions. Technical, clerical, for hire or reward. Hire or reward, casual workers you take. For 1 day we'll pay wages. Whereas, permanent staff you take. 1 month we pay wages. Terms of employment may be express or implied, includes any person who was declared by appropriate government as an employee, and excludes members of armed forces of union. So simply employee excludes 2 people, member of armed forces, apprentice. Member of armed forces, apprentice. Next, workman, narrow term. Here also apprentice is excluded, but in addition to apprentice, 4 people are excluded. Sorry, 3 more people are excluded. Who are those people? Armed forces members. Excluded by employee definition also. Excluded in the definition of employee also. Here also excluded. Police, managerial, administrative capacity, and supervisory drawing wages exceeding 15,000 rupees. And includes working journalist, includes sales promotion employees. Terms of employment may be express, implied, but here work, manual work is not covered. Operational, technical, clerical, skilled, unskilled, supervisory. Can I proceed? Next, minimum wages. So what are the components are there in minimum wages? Basic plus allowances, DA, or basic plus cash value of concession, and all inclusive. Procedure for fixing wages. How many methods are there? 2 methods. Committee method, notification method. Democracy is possible where? Committee method. Faster settlement, faster notification, faster process is notification method. But these notifications, either it is committee method or notification method, they will come into force only after 3 months, unless otherwise specified. They come into force after 3 months of notification. And within how many years this minimum wages will be revised? Once in 5 years minimum wages will be revised. Next one, fixation of minimum wages. So here we can fix minimum wages in 2 ways: time rate, piece rate. Time rate also we can fix in 3 ways: hourly rate, daily rate, monthly rate. And tell me, if piece rate is less than time rate, suppose piece rate, you fixed piece rate as 10 rupee or 20 rupee per item. When you multiply the rate with the number of pieces on which he worked and timely wages, which one I should pay? Which one I should pay? Minimum I need to pay timely wages. In case of piece rate, if he is getting more salary, pay him. But if he is getting less remuneration, less than time rate, then pay time rate. Next one, factors considered for fixation of minimum wages: skill of the worker's geographical area. And CG has power to fix floor wages. Once again, tell me, who will fix floor wages? CG or AG? CG. But who fix minimum wages? AG. Sometimes CG, sometimes SG. Are you getting the difference? CG fix floor wages, universal. Only CG can fix floor wages. SG had no power. But minimum wages is something, it should be minimum of floor wages. But who will fix minimum wages? For few entities, central government. For few entities, state government. Wages less than normal working hours, you have to pay full day wages. But if employee is unwilling to work, then also full time wages are full day wages are part time only. Why? If employee was working less number of hours, employee is not willing to work. Here compensating employee with full day wages is not correct. Here deduction can be done. Next, if you perform work in 2 classes, then pay proportionately. And piece work, it should be at least a time rate. At least time rate. I told you example also. 1000 pieces he can work every day. Each piece, for example, 1 rupee. Now 1000 rupee he will get. Suppose one day only 100 pieces he worked. 100 into 1 means how much? 100. As per time rate, per day he should get 800 rupees. Now in second case, how much amount I should pay as a minimum wage? 100 or 800? 800. First case, 1000 or 800? 1000. That means whichever is higher simply. Next. That's it. Next one, payment of wages. Mode of payment. Tell me, can I pay wages in kind? 100% no. Up to 15% allowed. In minimum wages we have seen up to 15% in kind wages allowed. Maximum 15%. That means minimum cash component should be 85. Now that cash component can be paid in currency, can be paid through banking channel. That means coins. Earlier days, minimum wages act, 1936, 1940 times, currency, popular form of currency is coins only. Either in coins or currency note or checks or through electronic mode. So simply, this is manual, this is electronic mode. But tell me, out of these 3 methods, which one will show evidence, better evidence? Which one will act as a bank evidence? Through check, electronic mode will act as an evidence. Getting my point? Why? Listen carefully. Minimum wage per day is 800 rupees. If cash mode is allowed, I'll pay you 500 only, but I will take signature for how much? 800. In my books of accounts, how much expenditure I will show? 800. But actually employee is getting 800. But actually employee is getting 800 or 500? 500. That means manipulation possible. Where possible? Cash mode manipulation is possible. If it is through check or through electronic mode, manipulation, how it is possible? Because banker will print bank statement. Can't be modified. So this will act as a better evidence. So go with checks, go with electronic modes. So if you go with cash mode, it leads to exploitation of labor. Next one, wage period. Wage period can be of daily, weekly, fortnightly, monthly. Can it be quarterly? Can it be half-yearly? Can it be annually? No. Now wage period means what? For which we pay wages. It can be daily. Daily wages you can pay. Weekly wages you can pay. Fortnight, 15 days once you can pay wages. Monthly once you can pay wages. Wage period is something, it should not exceed 1 month. That means, 6 months I will consider as a wage period. What happens? Until completion of 6 months, I will not pay you wages. Then how employee will survive? You tell me, then how employee will survive? Survival of employee, possible or not possible? Or not possible. So don't fix wage period exceeding 1 month, but you can fix it as a daily basis, weekly basis, fortnight basis, monthly basis. If it is a daily basis, by the end of the shift, today work completed, today itself you pay wages to employee. Weekly basis, last working day of the week, Monday to Saturday employee is working, Monday to Saturday workman is working, on Saturday evening you pay wages. Suppose if it is 15 days once, then wages shall be paid before expiry of second day. That means, for example, 1 to 15. What is the time period? 1 to 15, 16 to 30. 1 to 15, 16 to 30. Now by 16th, expiry of the second day. Okay, by 17th pay wages. And here by second pay wages. Getting the point? Everyone. If it is on monthly basis, pay within 7 days. That means by the next month 7th. August month wages shall be paid within on or before 7th September. Why? In these two cases, no problem. I can pay immediately. Daily means no problem at all. Today morning you came, evening you take money. Monday morning you came, Saturday evening you take money. But if it is 15 days monthly basis, means I need to check attendance. How many days you absent? How many days you present? Not only single employee. Suppose I'm having 1000 employees. Now I need to make calculation. Payment will be in bulk only. So I need to make arrangements. So fortnight basis, I'm giving you 2 days. Monthly basis, I'm giving you 7 days. Suppose other laws are telling us different time limits. Now follow other laws only. Suppose one particular law, it is telling that for monthly, you have to pay wages by 5th of the next month. Now here it is telling 7th, that law is telling 5th. Which one I should follow, sir? Other laws only you follow. Getting my point? Removed, dismissed, retrenched, resigned employee. That means, tell me, will this employee continue in our organization or will not continue in our organization or will not continue? So this fellow should be paid wages within 2 days. So, these employees are all about, monthly only. They comes under monthly category only, because daily employees, daily worker, if work is there, they will come. If work is not there, they will not come. Or if they like some other establishment, they will go to that other establishment. For them, daily you are making payment. No problem. Weekly employees also no problem. At the end of the week, you are making payment. But these employee, permanent staff, if they are getting removed, dismissed, retrenched, resigned, settle within 2 days. So that they can peacefully search for new employer. They can peacefully search for new jobs. Keeping this one pending, will they get mental peace in searching for another job? So they think about, what about this remuneration? What about this remuneration? So settle within 2 days. Deductions from wages. These deductions are allowed. What are the deductions? Fine, nothing but penalty. If you are not following employer rules and regulations, suppose every day office timings 9 to 6. You are coming at 10 o'clock. You are coming at 10 o'clock. If I don't punish you, tomorrow onwards, every employee will come at 10 o'clock. Next week, someone will come at 11 o'clock. Looking at other employees will also come at 11 o'clock. Finally, they will come at 5:55 to take salary. Attendance there, no sir. Now to stop this kind of misuses, to stop this kind of cheap tricks, what employer can do? Fine. If you're coming continuously, if you're coming late for 3 days in a month, 1% of your remuneration will be deducted. Allowed, sir? Allowed. Absence. Out of 30 days, you attended only for 20 days. You worked for only 20 days. Now I'll pay only for 20 days. If you're not doing any work, what is the logic of paying amount? What is the use of paying amount? It is an additional burden to employer only. So if you're absent, no pay. Damage, loss, because of employee conduct, yes, there is a damage. Employee, one day he took 190 ml. Half, no, 90 ml. Our employee is very poor employee. He took only 90 ml. After consuming 90 ml, yes, without proper precautions, without proper steps, he switched on the machine. That machine did a dance. Entire floor got damaged. Machine also damaged. Now this loss can also be recovered. House accommodation. You are from a village and I am providing you quarters. Rent-free accommodation I am providing you. That means I will pay rent, but some basic charge I will collect from you. Suppose rent employer paying is 600 rupees. I may collect 100 rupee only from you. So this 100 rupee I'm collecting from you means this 100 rupee I'll make it as a deduction. Getting the point? Next one, amenities and services. Suppose your electricity bill, telephone bill, everything I'm paying, but I'm collecting only nominal amounts. Those nominal amounts will be allowed as deductions. I told you one example, right? Market value of lunch I'm providing you is 50 rupees. And how much I'm charging? 20. That means will I take 20 rupees from your pocket? No. At the end of the wage period, I'll deduct these 20 rupees. That's it. Deduction for the amenities and services. Recovery of advances. You told relative marriage and you took advance of some 5,000 rupees. Now, is it a salary or salary advance? Salary advance. Allowed as a deduction. Statutory deductions. Can you name statutory deductions? One statutory deduction. Deduction because of statute. Any example you tell? Huh? PF, ESI. PF, how much is the deduction? 12%. ESI, how much? 0.75%. Statutory deductions also allowed. Recovery of losses in case of railway company. Railway staff, co-pilot, if he is negligent. Because of his negligence, we lost some goods. So that loss, who has to bear? That particular employee has to bear. Or suppose railway company employees looking after the luggages or couriers, they handled it improperly. Loss of courier, railway company, for railway company it's a loss. Recovery of losses. But listen carefully, all these deductions, it should not exceed 50% of the wages. You name it some 17, you name it 18. Only if they're allowed, then only allowed. If law is allowing them, then only that are allowed. Unnecessary deductions allowed or not allowed, sir? Not allowed. Employer may use this deductions provision so that they will pay less salary to employee in such a way that employee gets a correct salary, less salary. It also leads to exploitation of employees only. So to protect employees' interest, what we are doing, we are fixing only these amounts, only these amounts can be deducted, and maximum deduction should not exceed 50%. Sir, it came 80%, sir. You do 50% deduction in this month, balance deduction in the next month, so that employee gets at least a basic amount for his survival, for his family survival. Everyone, next, fine. For levy of fines, this is the procedure. For levying fines, what is the procedure? First, you have to take approval from the authority or appropriate government. And you should mention notice, you should give notice. That notice should be displayed in notice board. Do's and don'ts. Do's and don'ts. If you do these things, no fine. If you do these things, then fine. If you are not doing these things, then fine. Simply code of conduct, ma. Do's and don'ts. Opportunity of being heard. Straight away, you can't levy penalty. First, you should tell him why you are levying penalty. You should tell him. And fine shall not exceed how much of the wages? 3% of wages. Suppose we are paying 20,000 salary to him. 3% means how much? 600 rupees. Oh God. And no fine on a person less than 15 years of age. For child who has completed 14 years of age is allowed to work in the establishment. How many years? 14 years. After attaining 14 years, he can work in a factory. 14 to 15 years, if he is doing, 14 to 15 age period, if he is doing anything wrong, now can an employer levy fine on that employee, sir? No. Up to 15 years of age, yes, there is no fine at all. Because that fellow don't know. You have to train him. You have to teach him. That's it. Recovery of fine. Fine should be recovered within how many days, ma? 90 days of the event. Therefore, unlimited harassment is not there. Why unlimited harassment? If this restriction is not there, 90 days of the event, if this restriction is not there, what happens? What happens? We will extend that harassment to the next year, 3 years also. That day you did this, that day you did this. That day only you levy fine. Why again? After 1 year, after 2 years, when terms are good, keeping silent. When terms are becoming bad, that day you did this work, come on, fine. Mental harassment to employee. Generally, families, these things will happen. Particularly with opposite gender, these things only will happen. Register. They don't know the things, I'm very confident. No, nothing to hide actually. You do 100 good things, they won't recognize. You forget about one event, only one event belonging to their family. Blast only. Blast is not that day itself. Next day, next year. You can see in reels also. Suppose any person, suppose her bag fallen, this fellow giving the bag, Immediately girlfriend, some 10 times, 100 times, 50 times, she will throw the bag. That's like, no limit harassment. Here employers, no limit harassment. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Harassment is limited to 90 days only. Next, register. Maintain register for fines. How much amount you collected as a fine from employee, you maintain a register. And this amount, fine amount, don't invest in business. Invest for the benefit of employees only. In that case, why to deduct fines? Because it will stop employees from doing wrong things. You tell me, maximum fine how much? 3%. It can be recovered within how many days? 90 days. For that, one opportunity of being heard to be given, approval of government, appropriate government is to be taken, and that fine amount also you can't use for yourself. You have to spend on benefit of the employees. Understood? Everyone. Absence from duty. Generally wage period 30 days. Sundays okay. Sundays are paid days. No problem. But you attended only 20 days. Including Sunday, you attended for 20 days only. Now, will you get 30 days salary? Only 20 days salary? 20 days salary. So, this protects employers from huge expenditure. So, that means no work, no pay, a strict regulation. This one, no work, no pay. This one, this protects employers from payment of high expenses, from incurring high expenditure. And also, this one will act as a penal measure on the employee. Why penal measure? If this provision is not there, employee will work for 1 day and he will try to take salary of how many months? How many days? 30 days. You just imagine, in the absence of this provision, he will work for 5 days or 6 days, but he will take how much salary? 1 month salary. Now, is it a burden to employer or not a burden to employer? So, simply this provision is for protecting employers. 10 employees at a time, 10 employees at a time, without notice, without reasonable cause, they are absent to the establishment. Then you can deduct 8 days wages. You can deduct 8 days wages. Why? First of all, you tell me, without notice 10 employees are making absent means, is it impacting production or not impacting production? So, employer should be, for example, they targeted employer. As a result, 10 or more employees at a time, without any intimation, they were absent. Now, definitely it will impact on what? Production. So, definitely it impacts, who will be targeted? Employer is getting targeted. So, to protect employer from these malpractices, from these negative kind of practices, what lawmaker is telling, without notice, if they keep absence, you deduct 8 days wages. No need of proportionate. Suppose 2 days they absent, 8 days wages you deduct. This is a penal measure. Strike without reasonable cause is treated as absent from duty. For absence, no pay. For absence, no pay. Suppose strike with a reasonable cause, justice is, justification is there. Why strike? Justification is there. Employees are doing a strike, normally they are doing strike. Now they are entitled to wages. But without any reasonable cause, today they are not willing to work. That's why they are announcing strike. Reasonable cause there or not there? Not there. Now deduct salary. Next one. We'll see material. Just open the material. Yeah, mode of payment of wages current coins. Which coins? Current coins. Right now current coins, what are enforceable? 1 rupee enforceable? 2 rupees enforceable? Yes. 5 rupee enforceable. 10 also enforceable. Suppose your remuneration is 600 rupees. I want to pay remuneration, 600 into 25 paisa coins. That means, 600 divided by 25 paisa. Or I want to pay your remuneration in 5 paisa, sorry, 50 paisa. So take 1200 coins or take 2400 coins. Your remuneration paid. Paid or not paid, Andy? Paid or not paid? Or not paid? They are not enforceable. 1 rupee, 5 rupee, 10 rupee, 2 rupee. These are enforceable coins. Currency notes also, current currency notes. Suppose I am having old 1000 rupee notes. Your salary is 30,000. Can I pay old 1000 rupee notes? Can I pay old 2000 rupee notes? No. Currency which is enforceable right now. Check credited to bank account or through electronic mode. Appropriate government may by notification require that certain industrial other establishments wages must only be paid through check or through bank transfer. Evidence will be there. Evidence. Bank statement will act as an evidence. How much salary employee is getting, evidence will be there. Or else payment in cash means you may exploit customers. Sorry, you may exploit laborers. So you'll ask laborers to sign a slip. On that slip you will write 1000, but actual payment is 600 only. Will it provide correct evidence? No. Fixation of wage period. Wage period can be daily, weekly, fortnightly, monthly, but it cannot exceed. Tell me, but it cannot exceed 1 month. Can I fix quarterly as wage period? Half yearly as wage period? 45 days as wage period? No. Maximum wage period is 1 month. Different wage periods may be fixed for different establishments. Pushpa movie, if you see, daily wage period is daily basis. After completion of a day, in Pushpa part 2 also you can see, after completion of the day, payment will be done. How many, how many kgs of weight of the wood they take? 1 ton, for example, 20 kgs, 50 kgs. Based on that, wage determination is happening. And time limit for payment of wages, daily at the end of the shift, weekly last working day of the week, that is before weekly holiday. Before weekly holiday means before Sunday means Saturday. Fortnightly, second day of the next month. Monthly, seventh day of the next month. Here it is not next month, in material also, same material also, that mistake is there. So here it is a second day of the next wage period. Write like this, next wage period. It's not month, it's a wage period. Monthly, seventh day of the next month. In case of removal, dismissal, retrenchment, resignation, closure of establishment, wages must be paid within 2 working days. This point is not there in my material, closure of establishment. So they are nowhere connected with you right now. After termination, nowhere connected. So within 2 days settlement should happen, so that they can search for new employment, new employers. Appropriate government may set up a different time limits for wage payments considering specific situations. If any law has different timeline, tell me, then follow code on wages, follow different law, follow different law. If other law has different timeline, this will not be affected by this section. That will not be. That means other law is superior than code on wages. Cow. Can I proceed? Next, deductions from wages. What are all the amounts allowed as a deductions? For generally, general rule, deductions are not allowed except authorized by the code. Any payment made by employee to the employer or agent is treated as deduction. Why employee will make payment? Do you think employee will make payment? No. Suppose your salary is 20,000. Your ESI contribution, your share of ESI contribution is 0.75%. That means how much? 150. Employer will deduct 150 and employer will pay how much amount? 19,850 rupees employer will pay to the employee. But this 150, we assume it as employee is paying to employer. Actually, employee is not paying to employer. Employer is reducing the wages. Can I proceed? Okay. Loss of wages due to withholding of increment, withholding promotion, reduction in the post or scale, suspension is not considered as a deduction. Suppose you worked for 4 years in one organization. It's time for promotion or it's time for increment. But you did some kind of frauds. Your increment or your promotion was withheld. Or you are not promoted, you are demoted. That means right now you are manager. You need to be promoted to senior manager. Instead of promotion to senior manager, they demoted to assistant manager. Why? Maybe some mistake you might have committed. Or suspension. In these cases, it is not at all a deduction if procedures meet government notified standards. Previously, as a manager, in the manager scale, you are getting salary of 20,000 rupees. Because of demotion, your salary got reduced to 15,000. Now, how much salary got reduced? 5,000 got reduced. That 5,000 reduction is not a deduction. If it is a deduction, we need to take approval from appropriate government every time. Why demoted, sir? Maybe some financial scams, frauds you have done. Getting my point? Next. Deductions allowed under this code include fine, absence from duty, damage or loss caused by employees' neglect, house accommodation, amenity services, advances recovery, overpaid wages recovery. You actually worked for 8 hours, but you shown that you worked for 10 hours. Without any verification, we paid 8 hours normal wages and balance 2 hours we paid overtime. So this, you didn't work these 2 hours. Just, on record, you manipulated the records. You manipulated the records. So this overtime wages, whatever we paid, we will recover it. And loan from welfare funds. Suppose, from PF, you withdrawn, sorry, you took advance of PF. From with PF fund, you made a advance, you took advance. So that advance to be repaid. Employer will deduct that portion of your salary and that amount will be paid to the PF authority. So repayment of loans. Loans for house building, other approved purposes. Suppose you are working in SBI and you took one house property, and for this house property, SBI only gave loan to you. From the salary, whatever SBI is paying to employee, can SBI deduct a house loan? Yes. Suppose this is not a SBI. Imagine this is a company only, GMR. So they can give advances. They can give advances for purchase of property also. For purchase of property, whatever advance they given, if they want to deduct, can they deduct, sir? Yes, they can deduct. Deduction of loans for house building, other approved purposes. Income tax, statutory levy, court orders. Statutory levies, example, you write PF, ESI. Income tax means TDS or any court orders. Next, social security contributions like provident fund, pension, insurance. Okay. Statutory levies, you can also write like this: PT, professional tax. Professional tax. If your wages exceed 20,000, you have to pay 200 rupees per month. Professional tax. Cooperative society payments as per government conditions. Like, savings savings. You can instruct your employer, sir, 5% of my salary you deposit with a cooperative society, sir, or postal bank, sir. It's like long-term savings. PF is there. Suppose to your entity, PF is not applicable. EPF to your establishment, EPF is not applicable. Now you can ask your employer to keep aside money and transfer it to corporate societies. Or else you take one thing. You are living in a society, not society, that is a community, for example, gated community, you remember, right? So not only rent, maintenance expenditure will be there. Every tenant or every owner of the flat has to pay some 1800 2000 rupees per month to meet maintenance expenditures, common expenditures. Trade union fees. Being a member of union, you need to deposit fees. Suppose I'm a member of ICA. Every year I pay membership fees. After becoming a member, you also pay membership fees to ICMA Institute. Like that, trade union fees. Railway specific losses due to employee fault, loss of luggage. Donations to PM National Relief Fund with written authorization. That means what? Employees should give a written permission to employer for making PF National Relief Fund. So every month 70 rupees are I'm donating to PF National Relief Fund. So in my salary, deduct 70 rupees per month. And that amount will be transferred to which fund? PM National Relief Fund, which will be utilized during emergency situations. Like, during COVID or during earthquake, for making rescue operations, this fund will be used. Name itself is telling relief. Total deductions from wages shall not exceed how much? 50% of the wages. If deductions exceed 50%, excess can be recovered as prescribed. Maybe next month, like that. If an employer deducts wages but fails to deposit them to the respective fund account, the employee is not responsible. Tell me, in the name of EPF, how much employee salary is getting deducted? 12%. My salary 20,000 20,000 into 12% means how much? 2,400. No. Limit is there, right? 15,000 limit is there. So don't take 20,000. 10,000 is my salary. 10,000 into 12%. Employee share is how much? 1,200. And ESI, how much is employee share? 0.75%. That means 75 rupees. So out of 10,000, my salary, you are deducting 1275. And I trusted you that you will contribute to the respective funds. 1,000 to EPF fund, 75 to ESI fund. Now employer made a default. Employer didn't deposit that money. Is it employer fault or employee fault? Employer fault or employee fault? Employee already allowed employer. Employer deducted that amount. Employer failed to deposit. Now this is not fault of employee, this is the fault of employer. That's what recovery of amounts you have seen in ESI, in gratuity, in PF. Recovery of amounts. For recovery of amounts, if employer is not financially stable person, not financially capable person, we will sell establishment properties. Establishment property is not sufficient. Employer properties. In this way we recover amounts. Same here also. Next one, fines. Fines can be imposed only for specific acts or omissions of the employee which are approved in advance by appropriate government or prescribed authority. These acts or omissions must be listed in the notice. Simply, do's and don'ts. Do's and don'ts. Prepare a notice, display in the notice board. An employee must be given an opportunity. Before levying fine, give an opportunity to defend himself. Sir, I didn't committed that mistake. To defend himself, give an opportunity. In one wage period, maximum fine, how much? Cannot be more than 3%. That means less than or equal to 3% of the wages. Fines cannot be imposed on employee below 15 years of age. Up to 15 years of age, no fine, even though he's not doing, he's doing some mischief things. A fine cannot be recovered in installments. That means this wage period 1%, next wage period 1%, and next wage period 1%. Installments allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Only once. And cannot be recovered after 90 days from the date it was imposed. Once imposed, deduct in that wage period itself. After 90 days, no use at all. That means fine will become 0. And fine is considered to be imposed on the same day the act or omission occurred. Suppose employee is employee is negligent. You want to levy fine. So today he committed mistake, or the next day you found that mistake. Immediately on the same day you have to levy fine. But it comes to you notice next day itself you have to levy fine. That means after 35 days, after 40 days, can you impose fine ma? No. And that should be recovered within how many days ma? 90 days. Levy of fine is one event, recovery is another event. It should be levied on the same day act or omission occurred. But we came to know later why that fellow manipulated records. All fines and their collections must be entered in the register. How much fine we are collecting? 3%. For 3% also maintain register. Suppose employee salary 10,000 rupees. 3% means how much? 300 rupees. For 300 rupees also maintain register. Who knows? In your company 1000 employees are there. 300 into 1000 means 3 lakh rupees fine you are collecting. So not a small amount. It may become a big amount. And fines shall be used for the purpose of beneficial to, tell me, employees or employers? Employees. Sir, in that case, what is the logic of levying fine? So simply to stop employee from doing mischief things. Getting my point? And employer should not enjoy with the fine. Employer should return back that money, not to that single employee, but all employees in the form of benefits. Everyone? Next, deductions from absence of duty. Deductions from wages can be made only if employee is absent from the place where he is required to work, either for the whole or part of the required working time. If employee is absent, you can deduct wages. Again, it should not be Sunday, because Sunday is a holiday. With permission, if you are taking, if you are leaving if you are taking leave, we call it as leave only. Without permission, if you are not coming to the organization, we call it as absent. There is a difference between leave and absent. Leave is with permission. Absence is without permission. Which one is more severe? Tell me, which one is more severe? Absent without permission is more severe, because the production will be impacted. The production will be affected. I thought 10 employees are required for carrying production activities, but suddenly 2 employees were absent without my permission. Now definitely it will have somewhat impact on production. The amount of deduction must be proportional to the time of absence. That means if an employee is absent for a certain period, deduction should be in the same proportion to the total wages of the wage period. Out of 30 days, you absent 10 days. Now, the same proportion, 10 by 30, deduction is what? 10 by 30. It's not like 15 by 30. It's not like 20 by 30. Same proportion. Total working hours is, for example, 100. You worked for 80, pay for 80. That means what? Don't pay for 20. Payment is not allowed for 20, payment is allowed for 80. If 10 or more employees act together and absent themselves without proper notice and without reasonable cause, employer may deduct up to 8 days wages from each such employee as allowed under their contract. Even one day they absent, you can deduct 8 days wages. Suppose 10 days they absent, sir. 10 days wage you deduct. In addition, you deduct 8 day wages. This is like a penalty only. Why 10 employees will be absent? Unnecessary, they are making some issues. They are making some strikes without any reasonable cause. Strike is something, they come to establishment and they will do strike. Without working, they will do strike. Absent means not coming to the establishment also. An employee will be treated as absent even if he is physically present at the workplace but refuses to work during a stay in strike or for unreasonable reasons. So simply in timely payment of wages, what we observed? What we observed in timely payment of wages? Within appropriate time, wages should be paid. If this provision is not there, April month wages I'll pay in December. May month wages I'll pay in January. That means what employer is doing? The amounts which I need to pay to employees, I'm using the same fund for expanding business operations. Correct or incorrect? Incorrect. Employer, you don't take salary, you reinvest your salary into the business for expansion. Don't play games with the employee so that his necessaries will not be affected. Next one, bonus. Tell me what is meant by bonus, ma? Bonus, payment of bonus. Why employer should pay bonus? Why employee is entitled to bonus? Motivate. I'm giving salary, no? In salary also two components, fixed, variable. Fixed component should be minimum 50%. Variable component can be maximum 50%. I'm giving you salary. You are working, I'm giving salary. Why again motivation? Better motivation is not to pay wages. If you don't work, I won't pay wages. It's a better motivation because it's a punishment. But unethical. Unethical. Now bonus. Tell me, bonus, is it a part of salary or addition to salary? Is it a part of salary or addition to the salary? That means, at the time of joining employment, I told 1 lakh per month your salary. 1 lakh per month salary. So now bonus means something in excess of 1 lakh or that is part of 1 lakh in excess of additional. And for this bonus, you are not working. Actually, you are working for salary. But bonus out of gratitude, employer voluntarily making payment to employees. Why? How many factors of production are there, ma? 4. Land, labor, machines, land, labor, capital, entrepreneur. Yes or no? Without labor, having capital, having land, having entrepreneur, any use or no use? No use. So today, company is earning profits means who is also participating? Who is also participating in a key role? Employees are also participating in key role. So they must be given something extra. In addition to salary, something extra you have to pay them. That extra is nothing but bonus. And when employer will pay bonus? When employer is having profits, he will pay bonus. Originally, like this practice is prevailing. Later, Parliament observed this and Parliament enacted a law, Payment of Bonus Act. Payment of Bonus Act. Now, once Act is enacted, definitely every employer has to pay bonus irrespective of the profits. But if more profits are there, bonus will be up to 20%. Tell me, maximum bonus, how much? 20%. 20% of profits or 20% of salary? 20% of salary. In case of less profits, inadequate profits, then you have to pay minimum bonus. How much is the minimum bonus? 8.33% of salary. You calculate and tell me, suppose 1 lakh is the, 10,000 is the monthly salary. Minimum bonus how much? 8.33%. That means 10,000 into 12 months into 8.33%. Calculate and tell me. Bonus will be paid annually, right? So 10,000 into 12 months into 8.33%. How much? That means, if you apply like this, 8.33333 like this, then 10,000. So observe carefully, minimum bonus is nothing but 1 month bonus. 1 by 12. 1 by 12 is nothing but 8.33%. So you should be given 1 month salary as bonus. That is minimum bonus. And what is the maximum bonus? 20%. 20% of the salary. Sir, why ceiling limit, sir? If there is no maximum limit, then employers will die definitely. 20% of straight away profits giving to the employees means, or 20% of the salaries if we give, 25%, 30% if we give, employers will definitely die at one point of time. So maximum ceiling limit is to protect employers, minimum ceiling limit is to protect employees interest. So minimum how many months bonus we will give? 1 month bonus, provided he worked for 12 months. Suppose he worked for only 6 months, then we'll pay half month bonus. Full month worker, full time worker will get 1 month bonus, that is minimum bonus. Eligibility, wages up to 21,000 and he should work for minimum 30 days. Getting my point? Minimum 30 days he should work. For gratuity, what is the minimum eligibility criteria? Minimum number of years. How many minimum number of years he should work in gratuity? 5 years. Break in service or continuous service? 5 years continuous service. But for bonus, 30 days is sufficient. In the absence of this provision, what happens? 28th March, imagine 28th March 2025, employee joined this organization. 28th he worked. 29th Sunday. 30 festival, 31 again holiday. Now working for 1 month, sorry 1 day, not even 1 month, working for 1 day, he is also asking bonus. Correct? Logically correct? No. So minimum how many days he should work? 30 days he should work, then only he will get bonus. Sir, if this fellow working for 30 days, minimum bonus means 1 month. No ma, 21,000 he is receiving. For example, 21,000 into 8.33%. It's like this, calculation will be like this: annual salary, how much salary he received from the company, into 8.33%. So 12 months if he worked means, for example, 10,000 into 12 months into 8.33%, this too becomes 100%. So 10,000 into 100% means 10,000, that is 1 month bonus. If he work for complete year, 1 month bonus salary. Work for part of the month means bonus also part of the month only. Now listen carefully, up to 21,000 wages, employee is eligible for bonus, but that bonus calculation is limited to 7,000 only. Oh God. That means what? Suppose I'm drawing salary of 25,000. Listen carefully. How much salary I'm drawing? 25,000. Will I get bonus? No. Suppose I'm drawing salary of 21,000. Will I get bonus? Yes. 21,000 into 12 months into 8.33%. If you calculate it, you will get how much? 21,000. But you won't get 21,000 bonus. Your bonus limit is 7,000 only. Clear? So two limits. One is eligibility. To check eligibility, one limit. Up to 21,000, yes, you get bonus. But maximum bonus, how much you get? 7,000 only. Suppose your salary is 6,000 per month. 6,000 into 12 months into 8.33%. So how much bonus you are entitled to? 6,000. So that means actual bonus calculated are 7,000 rupees, whichever is lower. Again, you don't calculate 7,000. Sorry, is this 7,000 per month, sir? That means 7,000 into 12 months, 84,000 will you get bonus, sir? No. 7,000 is per month. Per month, it's not per month, per annum. And while calculating this 30 working days, while calculating count of 30 days, these periods shall be considered as working days only. How to calculate? You remember that example, gratuity act, uninterrupted service, but some breaks are treated as interrupted service only. Sickness, maternity, accident, layoff, lockout. Remember all this. Here also, layoff, leave with wages, temporary disablement, maternity leave. So here you took leaves, but we consider them as working days only. Accordingly, we will check 30 days, whether 30 days condition satisfied or not. And how much is the minimum bonus, ma? 8.33% of the wages, or minimum you should get 100 rupees, ma. Minimum 100 rupees. 1965, 100 rupee means, oh, rich only. Minimum 8.33% of the wages or 100 rupees, whichever is higher. And maximum bonus is 20% of the wages. Disqualification. In the following cases, you won't get bonus. What are the cases, sir? Fraud. You committed fraud. You looted principal employers or employers' properties. Riotous violent behavior. That means unacceptable behavior. If you got dismissed due to unacceptable behavior, like consuming some 90 ml or quarter or half and creating nuisance in the employment, creating nuisance in the employer establishment, you got dismissed. In this case, bonus will also be forfeited. You remember forfeiture of gratuity? To the extent of loss, you can forfeit gratuity, or to the full or partial forfeiture is also allowed. So there, employee got terminated due to some riotous act, violent behavior, act of moral turpitude. You remember? Same points here also. Theft, misappropriation, sabotage, and sexual harassment. So in these cases, if employee is getting dismissed, is he eligible for bonus? Is he eligible for bonus? Not eligible. Except these grounds, other grounds, if you want to forfeit bonus, possible or not possible? Not possible. Only these are the valid grounds where you can disqualify employee from claiming bonus. First of all, tell me, what is the qualification for claiming bonus? Minimum 30 days you have to work. Second qualification, salary up to 21,000. That's it, two qualifications. How much bonus you will get? Minimum 8.33% of the salary, or 100 rupees, whichever is higher. Maximum 7,000 rupees. In terms of percentage, 20%. 20%. Next, bonus limit. Bonus limit always depends on these factors. Allocable surplus. Sir, allocable surplus means it's a part of available surplus. Available surplus means profit. In profit, we took certain percentages allocable surplus. That surplus can be allocated for payment of bonus. So if allocable surplus is equal to minimum bonus, or if it is less than minimum bonus, then we have to pay minimum bonus. So these points, I'll tell you in the next class, but listen carefully. This bonus limit I'll discuss with you in next class. So listen, employer will pay bonus to eligible employees. Every employee is covered working in the establishment to which payment of bonus is applicable. Work for minimum how many days? 30 days, and his salary maximum 21,000 per month. Just look at the material. Every employee drawing wages not exceeding amount notified by appropriate government, who has worked for at least 30 days in an accounting year, is eligible for bonus. 21,000 right now ceiling limit ma, but tomorrow if appropriate government tells that it's not 21,000, it's 42,000. Now you have to remember which limit to 42,000 or 21,000. 42,000. Getting the point? But this condition, there is no change at all. At least 30 days in an accounting year. Accounting year can be, like Jan to December or April to March. Whatever period they are following with respect to maintenance of books of accounts, that is the accounting year. Rate of bonus. Minimum bonus payable is 8.33% of the wages, or 100, whichever is higher, whether or not employer has allocable surplus in the previous year or not. Allocable surplus means that portion of available surplus which is used for payment of bonus. Portion of available surplus. Detailed discussion of allocable surplus I'll do in next class. If employee wages exceed the limit notified by appropriate government, the bonus shall be calculated as if wages were equal to notified limit. Once again, for understanding this point, I'm telling you, up to 21,000 you are eligible. But 8.33% will be calculated on 21,000. No, actual salary or 7,000, whichever is lower, into number of months you worked, into 8.33% for minimum, 20% for maximum. Understood? For calculation purpose, actual salary or 7,000, whichever is lower. Whether you are eligible or not, for you, 21,000 is the ceiling limit. Any confusion with two limits? Okay. One is eligibility, other one is payment. If allocable surplus exceed minimum bonus, then employer must pay bonus in proportion to the employee's wages up to a maximum of 20% of such wages. This allocable surplus, available surplus, I'll show you. You can see here, yeah, available surplus, deduction from gross profit. Here you'll come to know allocable surplus. In 20th point, you'll come to know. Again, calculation of direct tax, set on, set off. So based deductions from bonus. Based on these points only, you'll get understanding. You will understand this third one and fourth one. So third and fourth, I'm keeping it as pending. Fifth point, production or productivity bonus. Any demand for bonus beyond minimum bonus based on productivity must be settled through agreement or settlement, but the total bonus cannot exceed 20% of wages. Why? To protect employers. To protect employers. You remember gratuity calculation. What is the calculation for gratuity? What is the formula for calculation? 15 by 26 into last drawn salary into number of completed years of service. Completed years of service. Suppose if this calculation is telling 2 crores is the gratuity. Now, do you think employer should pay 2 crores as gratuity? No, it is limited to 20 lakhs only. Maximum gratuity is 20 lakhs only. Same here also. You name it as a productivity bonus or you name it as some other bonus. You name it as any kind. But for us, payment of bonus is required. So naming is not a problem, but whatever you are following your own rules, own provisions, you follow it. That amount should not be minimum less than 8.33%. That amount will not cross 20%. Anything beyond, anything during the range of 8.33% to 20%. Next, cooling off period. You tell me, first 5 years of establishment, do you expect company in profits? First 5 years of establishment, they are in the process of installation or erection of machineries or construction of the factories only. So first 5 years don't expect any bonus. If there are profits, pay bonus. If there are no profits, no bonus. So first 5 accounting years, employer starts selling the goods or services. Bonus is payable only in the year when employer makes profit. That means if there is a loss, bonus given or not given? Not given. And 6th, 7th, 8th year onwards, 6th year onwards, keep these 2 points also pending. Special points. Profit criteria for bonus. Profit is considered only if depreciation for the year is provided as per Income Tax Act or other applicable tax laws. All past losses, arrears of depreciation have been fully set up. This point also pending only. We'll do one thing. So these points, each and every point I'll discuss with you after completion of remaining points. And you can see here number of working days. While calculating proportionate bonus means you worked for 6 months. Now will you get annual bonus? Only for 6 months you get bonus. You work for 3 months only. You will get complete year bonus, 3 months bonus. What happens is, suppose if I allow complete bonus even if you work for 1 month, each and every employee will work in one company for 1 month only. 12 months they work in 12 establishments and 12 full bonus they will claim. Finally, who is at crying side? Employer only. So proportionate bonus, employee shall be deemed to have been worked in an establishment in the accounting year even on the following days. Layoff, working day only. Next one, leave with salary, working day only. Absent due to temporary disablement, working day only. Maternity leave, working day only. Suppose you worked for 7 months, female worker, I'm talking about female worker. She worked for 7 months. 5 months she is in maternity leave. Now will she get 12 months bonus or will get only 7 month bonus? She will get 12 months bonus. Disqualification, I told you, fraud. Cashier is there in our company. Manipulation of cash records, looting cash money. Every day. Lucky Bhaskar movie only you take. Since he is a hero, having some ethics, the very next day he deposited money. Yes or no? Suppose he is not lucky, unlucky. The day evening only money is lost. He lost entire money. That car is also not sold. The next day he can deposit money. No. That means what practice he did? Fraud. Now when he got dismissed, suppose he worked for 11 months, 15 days. In 15 days, next 15 days if he work, definitely he will get bonus, imagine. But now he got terminated due to fraud. Will he get bonus for 11 months, 15 days? No. Reaches violent behavior while in the premises of establishment. So creating nuisance, killing a person, kicking a person, not allowing others to do the work, etc. Theft, misappropriation, sabotage of any property, causing damage to the property. Just when a machine is working, you just pour some petrol and you just lightened it. Now that machine got burnt. Getting the point? Next one, conviction for sexual harassment. Generally, for example, team leads doing with staff any sexual harassment, if team leader is getting terminated, then for that fellow bonus will be paid or will not be paid? Will not be paid. So calculation of bonus, calculation of direct tax, set on set off deductions from bonus, and time limit for payment of bonus. So after all these points, once again I'll come back to first point. So remaining things, central advisory board, state advisory board, all these are procedural concepts only. Payment of dues, claim, audit, accuracy of financial statements. All these are normal concepts. Inspector cum facilitator, cognizance of offense, power to impose penalty, penalty for offenses, offenses by company, composition of offenses, and finally miscellaneous. We'll finish after lunch break. In previous class, I started payment of bonus. Let's continue our discussion with the pending concepts of bonus topic. But before that, a small revision. Tell me, who are eligible to claim bonus? All employees drawing wages up to 21,000 are eligible, provided they should satisfy one condition. What is that condition? Number of working days in an accounting year should be 30. While calculating working days, layoff period, leave with wages, temporary disablement, maternity leave shall be considered as working days. And how much is the minimum bonus and how much is the maximum bonus? Minimum bonus is 8.33% of the wages or rupees 100, whichever is higher. Here wages refer to earned wages. Getting my point? Next one, maximum bonus is 20% of the wages. And what is the bonus limit? 7,000 is the bonus limit. That means calculation will happen on 7,000. Eligibility, we check 21,000, but calculation happens on 7,000 or actual salary, whichever is lower, as I told you. Next, disqualification. Tell me, employees right of bonus, is it a statutory right or contractual right? Or statutory right. This right can't be forfeited, but in the following cases it can be forfeited. What are the cases? Due to disqualification, he was dismissed. First condition, he should be dismissed. Without dismissal of employee, you cannot forfeit a bonus. Sir, why he got dismissed? Fraud, rituals or violent behavior, theft, misappropriation, sabotage, sexual harassment. Because of these reasons, he should be dismissed. And then only bonus forfeiture will happen. Now the point is, either he is not dismissed or he is dismissed not based on these grounds. Now both the cases he is eligible for bonus. Getting my point? First of all, termination of employment due to the following reasons or any of the following reasons, then only bonus he is not entitled to. He is not entitled to the bonus. Next, bonus limit depends upon allocable surplus of the employer. What is allocable surplus? That portion of available surplus which is used for payment of bonus. Portion of available surplus which can be used for payment of bonus, that is allocable surplus. Depending on allocable surplus, lesser allocable surplus, minimum bonus. More allocable surplus, maximum bonus. Getting my point? If allocable surplus is very less or it is zero or it is negative, then employer has to pay which bonus? Minimum bonus. If allocable surplus is very, very high, then employer has to pay which bonus? Maximum bonus. Minimum how much? 8.33%. Maximum how much? 20%. First of all, applicability. We'll see applicability of payment of bonus act. Generally all establishments are covered under payment of bonus except a few. Now who are not covered? Let's see. First one, PSU, public sector undertakings or public sector establishments, not covered. Not covered. Public sector establishments are exempted from payment of bonus. Why? Tell me, public sector, what is the motive of public sector undertakings? To serve public or to do business? Profit motive or social service? Social service only. Social service only. But if any public sector establishment earns 20% or more of its gross income from sales or services rendered in competition with private sector, then this chapter shall apply to it as it applies to similar private sector establishment. You take ONGC, you take IOC, you take BPCL or HPCL. All these are public sector undertakings. All these are public sector undertakings. Suppose they are doing two activities. One is non-commercial activity and second one is commercial activity. What is first one? Non-commercial activity. Second one is commercial activity. Sir, commercial activity means, they are performing some activities which are in competition with private sector establishments. Suppose you take Reliance Industry Limited, you take Vedanta, for example. So these are in the business of oil. ONGC also providing oil. IOC, BPCL, HPCL is also supplying oil. Now that means public sector undertakings are doing one commercial activity which are in competition with private sector establishment, for example Reliance Industry Limited. Now the point is, from non-commercial activities they got 90 rupees profit. Commercial activity they got profit of how much? 10 rupee. Now payment of bonus is not applicable. Payment of bonus when applicable, out of total income. Suppose ONGC is getting a total income of 100. In this 100, if 20 rupees or more, if 20 rupees or more, if they are getting it from commercial activities which are in competition with private sector, then to that activity, to that undertaking, to that establishment, what is also applicable? Bonus is also applicable. Getting my point, everyone? Any activity which is in competition with private sector, then this chapter shall apply when if it earns 20% or more of its gross income from the sale or services. Can I proceed? Suppose if it is 90-10, you take 90-10 ratio, 90 from non-commercial activities, 10 from commercial activities, then payment of bonus applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. Next one, except as provided above, the provisions of this chapter do not apply to public sector employees. First of all, tell me, getting a job in public sector undertaking, safe or not safer? Highly secured. Compared with private sector, jobs in public sector are highly secured. Job security will be there, job safety will be there. But if you take private sector, whenever sales are coming down, whenever profits are falling, first they will remove employees, lay off. You can see Infosys, TCS, tech companies recently they are laying off their employees. So PSUs high job security is there. Again, why bonus this kind of benefits? Already you are in benefit stage only. You are benefited already. You are having a job security. Then again, why this kind of small benefits? 7,000 rupees bonus, what you will do? Ignore. And moreover, public sector undertakings are not meant for doing profits, not earning profits. Their motive is serving the public. Understood? So employee point of view, public sector undertaking point of view, justifiable. That's why they are exempted. They are not covered under payment of bonus. But any activity which is running in competition with private sector undertakings, to that activity, if they are getting 20, from that activity, if they are getting 20% or more turnover, then employees covered in that activity will get bonus. Can I proceed? Why? Bonus is connected with what? Allocable surplus. Allocable surplus is connected to available surplus. Available surplus is connected to profit of the organization. And following establishments are also not covered. This chapter does not apply to employees of LIC, seamen, dock workers, establishments under central or state government or local authorities, institutions not for profit like Indian Red Cross Society, universities, educational institutions, hospitals, Chamber of Commerce, social welfare institutions, Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India managers, their pay scale is entirely different. Their pay scale is different. Even a new recruitee will also get 20 lakh salary. RBI general manager, RBI assistant manager, AGM, or grade B managers also, they get a decent pay only, 20 lakhs. And moreover, these establishments, if you see, their main objective is not making profits. Public sector financial institutions notified by central government considering capital structure, objectives, nature of activities, financial aid concessions received from the government. Next, inland water transport establishments operating on international routes. Any other establishment exempted by notification by the appropriate government based on alternate profit sharing benefits for the employees. Now this one here, if you are giving bonus better than payment of bonus provisions, then follow it. No need to follow payment of bonus. Better terms are there, better alternate terms are there, follow it, no problem. Same is applicable to PF also. Same is applicable in case of gratuity also. Now establishments which are not falling in this category, for all those establishments payment of bonus is applicable. Subject to these exemptions, chapter applies to any establishment with 20 or more employees employed at any time during an accounting year. So what is the limit? For ESA Act, what is the limit? 10. For code on wages, what is the limit? 20. Can I proceed? Next one, time limit for payment of bonus. Small topic. Time limit for payment of bonus. All bonus payable under this code shall be credited to employee's bank account by the employer within 8 months from the closure of financial year. Okay, accounting year. For us, it's a financial year, but accounting year, generally accounting year means we follow April to March only. We prepare financial statements for April to March. Now closure of accounting year means 31st March. So 31st March 25, to this add 8 months. Then what is the last date? 30th November 2025. By 30th November 2025, employer has to deposit bonus with employees. The appropriate government may, on application for sufficient reasons, extend this period, but the total extension cannot exceed 2 years. What is the normal deadline, ma? 30th November 25. If you want extension, go and file application with appropriate government. Appropriate government may give extension of 1 year. It may give extension of 1.5 years. It may give extension of 2 years. Can it give extension of 3 years? No. Maximum extension 2 years. That means by 30th November 2027, bonus shall be paid. In case of dispute, dispute means what? First, payment of bonus act applicable or not applicable? Applicable. Then employee eligible or ineligible? Employee eligible or ineligible? Employee is telling, I worked for 45 days. Employer is telling, he worked for 28 days only. Is there any difference, sir? Yes, 28 days means no bonus. 45 days means yes, bonus is applicable. If a bonus dispute is pending before any authority, the bonus must be paid within 1 month from the date the award becomes enforceable or the settlement takes effect. Suppose 30th December 2026. 30th December 2026, authority told to employer, come on, you have to pay bonus to these fellows. And this award, they mentioned a date. This award is enforceable with effect from 15th January 2027. Now, when authority gave judgment 30th December, but he told that this award is enforceable from 15th January 27. Now 1 month from the enforceability means 1 month from not 30th December, it is 1 month from 15th January. That means by 15th February 2027, employer has to deposit bonus with employees. Am I getting the point? When enforceability comes, when that award gets enforceability, award means what? Award means what? Simply judgment, ma. Employee is eligible for 10,000 bonus. This is nothing but award. So from the date of enforceability, you will get 1 month time for making payment. Tell me, undisputed cases, what is the normal time limit? Undisputed cases, what is the normal time limit? 8 months from the closure of accounting year. If you want extension, go and file an application with appropriate government. He will give extension up to 2 years. In case of dispute, tell me, 8 months to 2 years applicable or not applicable? In case of dispute, 1 month is a time limit because you already took extra time. It's already late. Employee is waiting for gratuity. Employee is waiting for bonus. It's already late. So within 1 month from the enforceability of the award, you pay the amount. Next, that is the time limit. So 3 time limits, ma. Remember, 3 time limits. One is 8 months normal time limit. Extension time limit 2 years. Next, dispute case 1 month. Deductions from bonus. Deduction from bonus. Bonus forfeiture possible or not possible? Generally not possible, but in one case forfeiture is possible. What is that one case? Dismissed due to fraud, riotous behavior, violent conduct, sabotage, theft and sexual harassment. That is forfeiture. 100% bonus I will forfeit. Loss to me is not a matter. You committed fraud, I lost trust on you, I am dismissing you, no bonus to you. But here it is not 100% deduction. Here part amount will be reduced. Let's see what are the cases. Adjustment of customary bonus or interim bonus. Suppose each and every employee, for example, they are eligible for 15,000 bonus. How much bonus they are eligible for? 15,000. Every year, company is paying bonus on anniversary. Company was incorporated. For example, company incorporation happened in the month of January. 1st January of every year, company is paying some 6,000 rupees bonus. And Deepavali festival also, for example, Deepavali festival, company is paying, for example, this comes in the month of October. Some 20th October, company is paying another bonus, 6,000 rupees. Maybe puja bonus or any customary bonus. Customary bonus means anniversary bonus. Puja bonus, for example, Deepavali bonus. So we paid 2 times bonus, 6,000. Now by 30th November, I need to pay bonus. No, sir. For this payment, can I deduct these two sums 6,000 6,000? Yes, you can deduct 15,000 minus 6,000 minus 6,000. So you need to pay 3,000 by 30th November of that year. So if any accounting year, in any accounting year, if an employer has paid puja bonus or customary bonus, or if employer has paid part of statutory bonus in advance, then employer may deduct such amount from bonus payable under this code for that year. Employee shall receive only the balance amount. Deduction for misconduct. If an employee is found guilty of misconduct in any accounting year and it causes financial loss to the employer, employer may deduct the loss amount from the bonus payable for that year. The employee shall receive the remaining balance. Suppose company appointed security guard, company security guard only. What is his duty? To protect goods in the warehouse. No unauthorized access, he need to protect goods in the warehouse. One day he slept while he was in duty, or he unlocked the door and he went away. For example, that night he felt very sleepy and he left out. As a result, some 6,000 worth goods lost. Now this is, this loss because of whose misconduct? Employee's misconduct. Simply here employee is negligent. Employee is not doing any fraud. Employee is not doing fraud. No theft, no sabotage, no misappropriation, no sexual harassment. This is just employee negligence. No rituous behavior also. So now in this case, I won't forfeit complete bonus. So bonus, for example, he is eligible for 15,000. Loss to me is 6,000. I'll deduct this 6,000. Balance 9,000 only I'll pay. Getting my point, everyone? So balance 9,000 I will pay. So here deduction is up to the amount of loss. Can I proceed? Next. So tell me, what are the deductions allowed from the bonus? Customary bonus, puja bonus, any bonus paid in advance, and due to negligence, due to misconduct, any financial loss suffered by employee, that can also be reduced, that can also be deducted. And you observe carefully here, I'm not dismissing the employee. For forfeiture of bonus, dismissal is compulsory. Suppose I am allowing him to work. Now later, can I forfeit bonus, sir? No. Dismissal should happen. He should be removed because of the following grounds. Then only 100% bonus forfeiture is possible. If you are continuing the employee, in those cases, no forfeiture. In this case, dismissal is not at all required. Even with continuing employee, even continuing the employee, you can deduct loss arising due to such negligence. Next one, set on, set off. But before set on, set off, let's see calculation of bonus. How bonus calculation happens. For this, just look at the point. First, we need to calculate available surplus. First, we need to calculate available surplus. Sir, how we calculate available surplus? Gross profit. Gross profit. Sales minus purchases, simply. Getting my point? Sales minus purchases minus direct expenses. Or if you want opening stock or closing stock, that means, we will also adjust stock balances also. We will adjust stock balances and we will do it. So gross profit plus tax benefit arising of, look at this point, tax benefit arising of payment of bonus. What we are adding? Tax benefit arising out of payment of bonus. To understand this, just observe this one. Observe this one. Now suppose my profit is 1 crore and I need to pay 30% tax. 1 crore minus 30% tax means 1 crore minus 30 lakhs. 70 lakhs is my net profit after tax. So tax, how much amount I am paying tax? 30 lakhs I am paying. This is, before bonus, before calculation of bonus. Now after bonus, my profit is 1 crore. Imagine bonus is some 20 lakhs. Bonus is an expenditure only. Bonus is an expenditure to employer. It can be reduced from the net profits. Now what is the net profit before tax? Can you tell me net profit before tax? 80 lakhs. Minus tax 30% only. Tax at the rate of 30%, that means 24 lakhs. My net profit after tax, how much? 80 minus 24. 56 lakhs. Now tell me, before payment of bonus, if bonus is not applicable to you, what is the tax rate to you? What is the tax amount to you? 30 lakhs. Because of bonus, how much tax you are paying? 24 lakhs. That means there is a tax saving, yes or no? There is a tax saving. How much tax saving is there? This 6 lakhs tax saving is there because of payment of bonus. So this 6 lakhs shall also be given as a bonus only. Are you getting my point? This 6 lakhs, whatever tax saving you got because of payment of bonus, that amount shall also be returned to the employees in the form of bonus. So to the gross profit, I will add tax savings. I will add tax savings due to payment of bonus. Simply, bonus amount, what amount I paid, just apply the rate. 20 lakhs into 30%, 6 lakhs tax is coming down. This benefit is also to the employees only. Because of employees only, I'm getting bonus as a deduction. Now tax saving due to the deduction, I need to add back. Observe carefully. Add tax benefit arising out of payment of bonus less depreciation. Why? Depreciation, is it a cash expenditure or non-cash expenditure? Non-cash expenditure, but mandatory we should recognize depreciation so that certain funds will be kept aside. Tomorrow if replacement of asset is required, those amounts we can use it for replacement of asset. Imagine if you are not deducting depreciation, then profit would be higher, lesser. Without deduction of depreciation, profit will be higher, lesser, high. If profit is high, bonus will also be high, and you will not find amount for replacement of the asset. That's why depreciation, every year you will have depreciation, deduct the depreciation. Next, deduct normal tax. Right now how much tax I got? 24 lakhs tax I got, right? Normal tax after payment of bonus, less normal tax, less prescribed sums. From time to time they will notify the different sums. Those sums will also be, we can deduct those sums also. Let's see ma. Let's look into the material. Available surplus, it is the gross profit minus depreciation. GP minus, okay, GP minus deductions. It also includes difference between direct tax on gross profit of the previous year and direct tax on the gross profit after deducting bonus paid or payable under the code for that year. Tell me, in our example, is this a tax saving or not a tax saving? This is a tax saving. In our example, how much is the tax saving? 6 lakhs. Once again I'll calculate and tell you. See, 1 crore is my net profit ma. Without bonus, 30% tax means 30 lakhs I need to pay tax. Suppose my company is paying bonus, 20 lakhs it is paying bonus. Bonus is an allowed expenditure. 1 crore minus 20 lakhs means 80 lakhs. On that normal tax rate, income tax rate is 30%. On that if you apply 30%, you will get a tax of 24 lakhs. Previously you are paying 30 lakhs. Now you are paying how much? 24 lakhs. 6 lakhs tax saving is there. That you have to add it. Includes the difference between. Simply write here itself tax saving. So simply GP minus deductions plus tax saving due to bonus. Tax saving due to bonus. Clear? Hello? Next, sir, what are the deductions allowed from gross profit? You can see deductions means here. Deductions, next point. Depreciation as per Income Tax Act allowed. Direct tax payable on income, profits, gains and during the year allowed. Other prescribed sums. Now here tax calculation. Is it actual tax or notional tax? Actual tax or notional tax? That we will see in the 21st point. Refer 21st point. Let's see 21st point. Calculation of direct tax. For the purpose of this code, don't expect this question in examination. Okay, but if time is not good, definitely this question also will come. 6 points are there, right? Calculation of direct tax for payment of bonus. If they ask, then you have to write these 6 points. If he is a normal person setting a question paper, he should not give this question. If he is giving means ultra natural person. Listen, why you listen, you will get a clarity. For the purpose of this code, which code? Cow. What is cow? Code on wages. For the purpose of cow, direct tax payable by employer for any accounting year shall be calculated at the rates applicable to employer income for that year, subject to the following. If you see individual taxation will be, it starts with 5%, 10%, 15%, 30%, like this, slab system is there. For companies, 25% is the rate of taxation. For companies, only business income will be there. For companies, only business income. But coming to individual, he will have many incomes. He is getting salary from one company, and he is also doing a business, PGBP business he is doing. Suppose he sold one capital asset, as a result capital gain is there. Suppose he is getting dividend income, that means other sources, dividends, interest, all these are other sources. Now income means all these incomes are only business income I should consider. Am I getting my point? As an individual, suppose forget about salary ma, unnecessary confusion. Why? Just listen carefully. Company Reliance Industry Limited is there, means they get only purely business income. That means their income is taxable under PGBP, profits or gains from business and profession. Business or profession, getting the point? But if you take individual, Mr. Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani sir, for example, he is an entrepreneur. He is having one house property. From house property, he is getting rent. Next, he sold one house property. He sold one house property. Here he got capital gain. Capital gain. He is also doing business. From business, he is getting profits. Profits. Next, he is having shares in the company. He is getting dividends. That means other sources. Now, which profit I will consider for the purpose of calculation of bonus? You tell me. Rent, capital gain, other sources also will I consider? Only I will consider business profits. I'll consider only business profits. Getting the point? Because if I consider other incomes, tell me, with respect to these other incomes, employee contribution is there. Employee contribution is there only in business. So from these profits only I'll pay bonus. Now, you know, here he paid 20% taxation, here he paid 20% taxation. Now, will I consider this tax? First incomes I'm not considering. Then why do I will consider those taxes? That means here tax calculation happens only with respect to which profits? Business profits. Are you getting my point? See, since I'm not considering these incomes, I will also not consider these taxes. I'll consider only tax of business income only. Now look at the point. Rates applicable to employer income for that year subject to the following exclusions. Losses carry forward from any previous year. You know, exclusion means included or excluded? Excluded. What are excluded? Losses carry forward from any previous year under the tax laws. Arrears of depreciation admissible under Income Tax Act. Just, you know, pay attention, listen carefully. 2024-25, 2025-26, 2 years. 2 years. You know, we are talking about current year 2025-26. Last year I got a loss of 30 lakhs. Profit or loss? How much profit I got last year? Negative 30 lakhs loss I got. Current year I got a profit of 40 lakhs. You know, in income tax, as per Income Tax Act, what happens, you know? I will not pay tax on this entire 40 lakhs. I'll pay tax on how much amount? Previous year losses I will claim set off in the current year. 30 lakhs loss I will set off. Balance 10 lakhs into 30% is the rate of taxation. Imagine 30% is the rate of taxation. 10 lakhs into 30% means 3 lakhs I will pay tax. Less tax I am paying, more tax I am paying, less tax I am paying. If I am paying 3 lakhs only, you know, if you calculate 3 lakhs only means 40 lakhs profit minus 3 lakhs, 37 lakhs will be the available surplus. Surplus is very high. Bonus will also be very high. It should not be like that. Apply this 30% on 40 lakhs only. It's not material. How much you are paying, I don't want. First, carry forward losses you don't consider. That's what, you know, exclusions. Exclusion, losses carry forward. Depreciation, arrears, don't carry it to the current year. As per Income Tax Act, you claim it, you pay less tax. But as per bonus calculation, 40 lakhs, right? Towards government, obligation is 30%. That means 12 lakhs you deduct. Balance 28 lakhs. This will be available surplus. This will be available surplus. From some deductions or into some percentage, you will get allocable surplus. Now tell me, for this year, actually speaking, how much amount I should pay bonus? 28 or 37 or 28? 28 lakhs only. I need to pay bonus on 28 lakhs only, based on 28 lakhs only. Next one, if employer is a religious or charitable institution and any part of income is exempt under Income Tax Act, it shall be treated as a company in which public or substantially interested for that exempt income. For example, religious institution, RIL, religious institution limited, for example, for them tax is zero. They got a profit, it's not a profit, we call it as surplus. They got a surplus of 100 lakhs. Tax rate is 0%. Now available surplus will be how much? 100 lakhs. Getting the point? Getting the point? Now, is this profit? From this profit, we will pay bonuses or no, 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 no. Listen carefully. Because of some income tax exemptions, deductions, if they are not paying tax that year, we still assume that they are paying tax. Suppose tax for normal establishment is 30%. We will deduct 30 lakhs. On balance 70 lakhs only they get bonus. Sir, why? Suppose if these people are paying bonus on 100 lakhs, imagine, and private establishments are paying bonus on 70 lakhs, which employee will get more bonus? You tell me, which employees will get more bonus? If I deduct, suppose this is a religious institution limited, and another company, that is Reliance company. It's a profitable entity only. I mean profit making companies, not charity companies, not religious companies. They got 100 lakhs surplus profit. They deduct 30 lakhs tax and balance 70 lakhs. But from balance 70 lakhs only they pay bonus. If religious institutions are paying bonus out of 100 lakhs, Reliance company paying bonus out of 70 lakhs, which company employees will get more bonus? Religious institution only, because here more surplus is there compared with private entities. Now employees will run in which company? Employees will join private sector undertakings or religious institutions. Looking at these profits, 100% can be distributed. That means they will try to join religious institution, so which is not correct. So that means you can see here, even though you are not getting any tax, even though your tax is exempted, but I will treat you as a company in which public are substantially interested, and accordingly I'll apply the tax rate on balance amount only. From balance amount only I will ask you to pay bonus. If the employer is an individual or HUF, tax shall be computed as if income from establishment is the only income. That means tell me, house property, rental income, dividend incomes included or excluded? Excluded. No account shall be taken of rebate on export income allowed under the tax laws. No account shall be taken of any rebate, credit, relief, deduction except development rebate, investment allowance, development allowance allowed under tax laws or finance acts for the industrial development. Listen to me carefully. My net profit is 100 lakhs. Getting my point? Tax, applicable tax is 30%, 30 lakhs. But central government gave me a rebate. The rebate is for you 5 lakhs tax saving, 5%. You made exports. This net profit you got through exports only. So 5% rebate we are giving you. 5% rebate we are giving you. Now tell me, what is the net profit after tax? 100 minus 25, that is 75 lakhs. But for the purpose of bonus calculation, these export rebates don't consider, because these are something not standard. Since you are doing exports, you are getting these benefits. This year you did exports, you get this benefit. Next year you are not doing exports, next year will you get this benefit? No, this is not a standard measure. That's why don't consider these rebates. What is the normal tax rate? Apply that normal tax rate. But coming to development rebate, investment allowance, you consider them. For example, my net profit is 100 lakhs. In 1 year I made investment in the establishment, for expansion I made an investment of 20 lakhs. They gave me investment allowance. That investment allowance means they give me some benefit, some 5 lakhs benefit they give. So since you invested 20 lakhs, we are giving you 25% allowance. Not directly, but whatever taxes you are paying. Suppose tax, how much? 30%, right? So that means 30 lakhs you have to pay tax. But don't pay 30 lakhs. Just pay 5 lakhs. No, just pay 25 lakhs only. Why this allowance? Because you made investment. As a reason, our industries will grow. Our economy will grow, will not grow, will grow. To encourage reinvestments or to encourage investments, whatever amount you are investing, 25% will be given as allowance. That means from the taxes you are liable to pay, from the taxes you are liable to pay, we will exclude that allowances. So now here, what is the net profit after this allowance, after these taxes? 75 lakhs. Now for bonus calculation also 75 lakhs only. Ma, don't get confused, ma. Just look at the paragraph. Rebate to credit to relief to deductions. Shall I consider? I should not consider. I should not consider. But in brackets, except, that means should I consider? I should not consider. I should consider. Read that point one more time. No account shall be taken off rebate, credit, relief, deduction. So look at the previous example. I got some 5 lakh rupees relief from the government. A rebate. Rebate. Now am I reducing this rebate or not reducing this rebate? After reduction of this rebate, my net profit is 75 lakhs. But for bonus purpose, it's not 75 lakhs. Bonus purpose 70 lakhs. That means I should not delete this 5 lakhs. My calculation should be 100 minus 30, 70. Coming to development allowance, coming to development allowance, development rebate, investment allowance, development allowance, you have to consider them. That means 5 lakhs should not be ignored. 5 lakhs should be considered. Everyone. Reason is only one reason, ma. If you are making investment, your organization is expanding. That expansion profits, who should also enjoy? Employees should also enjoy. Whereas export reliefs, credits, rebates, these are, some standards up to 5 years. For example, up to 5 years, we will give you rebate of 12 lakhs, for example. Now, is this a standard rebate? Can you enjoy this rebate lifelong? No. Up to 5 years only you can enjoy this benefit. So temporary benefits, ignore. Apply normal rate of taxation only. Getting my point? So calculation of direct tax. Individual earning income. Which income I should consider? Business income or all incomes? Business income. Next one. Carry forward losses. Can I set off carry forward losses to the current year and then calculation of tax? No. Current year income into rate of taxation. Any rebates, any credits they have given, don't consider them. Calculate normal tax only. But if you are getting development allowance, investment allowance, development rebate, then add them to the profits. Profit will go up. Employees will get more bonus. Everyone. Suppose, charitable institutions, for them no tax, but still we calculate tax. Accordingly, we'll pay bonus to the employees. Or else what happens? Charitable institution will pay more bonus, whereas commercial entities will pay less bonus because they are in tax regime. They're in tax. Am I able to follow? Next. So far we calculated available surplus. Now allocable surplus means 60% of available surplus for a banking company, 67% for other establishments. If you are a banking company, private sector banking company, SBI, serving people, imagine they are not getting 20% of the net profits from commercial activities. Just imagine. Then SBI, public sector undertaking, I will not consider here. But I will consider which banks? Axis, private sector banks. HDFC. Any other bank? Axis, HDFC, ICICI. So these banks, I'm talking about these banks. Whatever available surplus they got, into 60% is the allocable surplus. And other than banks, all other establishments, 67% of available surplus. How I got available surplus? First, gross profit minus deductions plus tax saving. Everyone, gross profit minus prescribed deductions plus tax saving due to payment of bonus. That is my available surplus. Out of available surplus, 60% is allocable surplus for banking companies, 67% is allocable surplus for other establishments. Audited accounts of companies shall not normally be questioned. If accounts are audited about figures, whether this expenditure genuine or not genuine, no need to question them, because audited by whom? Company auditor. Who is company auditor? Independent person or dependent person? Independent person. So generally audited accounts shall not be questioned. Unaudited accounts can be questioned. Yes, since audit not conducted, maybe to pay less bonus, you might have increased expenses or you might have reduced sales. That can be questioned, but audited accounts generally not questioned. In case of dispute on bonus quantum, whether minimum or maximum, notified authority may direct employer to produce balance sheet, but it shall not disclose its contents without employer's consent. It's like re-verification. You wrote examination, you got, for example, you got 78 marks, but you expected you will get 82 marks, only 4 marks down. If you want, you can go with recounting. Tell me, in CMA final you expected 82, you got 78, will you go for recounting? Will you go for re-verification? Definitely not. In one paper I got 42 marks. 42. I told you, right? In first attempt I got 64 marks. Next attempt same paper I got 42. My mother asked me for recounting. I told her, no. Suddenly 4 marks fallen. If 38 marks comes into the picture, why unnecessary risk? I don't want. For my qualification is sufficient. So simply, simply, if you got very less marks as you, what you thought, you will apply for re-verification. Here also balance sheet will be produced, but it will be secret. You applied for re-verification, certified copies will be given to you, or except you, to all the relatives they will send the certified copies. Sending certified copies to your relatives means suicide is better option, I think. If we don't write well, our copy we're going to the relatives means with their words definitely they will kill us. Okay. So in case of dispute of bonus quantum, notified authority may ask balance sheet. Produce balance sheet to them, and they will not disclose the contents without employer permission. Next, gross profit calculation. Sir, you told GP minus deduction plus tax saving. No, sir. How this GP will be calculated? GP will be calculated for banking companies. GP will be calculated as prescribed by CG. For other establishments, as prescribed by CG only. So CG will prescribe. CG will prescribe how to calculate gross profits. Oh, completed. Disqualification completed. Number of working days completed. Next, some special points are there, but before that, set on or set off we will see. Yeah. After set on, set off, I'll come back to these pending topics in the first point. 17th point only, right? In 17th point, many topics are pending. It is based on only set on, set off. So far, we saw computation of bonus. Bonus depends on allocable surplus. What is allocable surplus? 60% of available surplus in case of banking companies. No. Yes, 60% of available surplus in banking companies. 67% of available surplus in case of other establishments. And how we got available surplus? Gross profit minus deductions plus tax savings. In deductions, what are the deductions? Depreciation, income tax. Next, set on, set off. Set on, set off. Suppose you got an income of 1 lakh rupees. How much is your income? 1 lakh. Your monthly expenditure is 60,000 rupees. Now how much is the surplus amount? 40,000 is the surplus amount, which you will keep it for future. Your requirement is 60,000, Your requirement is 60,000. You got 1 lakh. 40,000, you will save it. Suppose next month your income fall into 20,000. But house rents, school fees, premiums, etc. all are fixed, no? EMI also fixed, no? So here you will spend 60,000. Sir, I got 20,000 only. Saving 40,000 is there, no? Balance 0. So excess amount, I'm carrying it forward. I will call it as set on. Set on with respect to future losses. Next, third month. For example, third month, your salary is 60,000. Your requirement is also 60,000. Now set on or set off, how much, 0. Fourth month you got 10,000 only, but your requirement is how much? 60,000. Then what you will do? You will take 50,000 loan. So balance will be minus 50,000, minus 50,000. Next month you got 80,000 income. What is the current month obligation? 60,000. And how much surplus you are having? 20. The 20 you will repay the loan, that means minus 30,000. Set off. Set off. Next month you got 1,10,000 rupees, for example. And what is your obligation? 60,000. What is the surplus? 50. But 50, this minus 30 will be adjusted. 20,000 is the surplus. Now you understood set on, set off. How long I will carry forward these profits? I'll carry forward this surplus or deficit for 4 years. For 4 years I'll carry surplus, 4 years I'll carry deficit. After 4 years, any surplus is there, it becomes 0. Any deficit is there, it becomes 0. Now just look at this example. Just look at this example. Oh, no. This point you look at. Yeah. Look at the screen. Based on this calculation only, if you understand this calculation, suppose, let me continue. 1 month you got 0 income. But EMI, rents, everything fixed, yes or no? That means you are taking a loan of 60,000. This can be carried forward to the next how many years? 4 years. Next 4 years, any surplus is there, we will adjust it off. Okay. Now based on this, we will see. No surplus, observe carefully, no surplus or inadequate surplus, but at least you have to pay how much bonus? Minimum bonus. You have to pay minimum this much bonus. That is statutory requirement. Can I proceed? Suppose adequate surplus, if allocable surplus is equal to minimum bonus, then how much bonus I will pay? Minimum bonus I will pay. Suppose you got 60,000 income and your requirement also 60,000, you will pay it, you will incur it perfectly, no problem. So if AS is equal to minimum bonus, by this can I tell like this, if AS is less than or equal to minimum bonus, which bonus I need to pay? Minimum bonus I need to pay. Getting my point? Everyone, it's a technical concept only. Next, if my allocable surplus is between minimum and maximum, if allocable surplus is between minimum and maximum, I will distribute entire allocable surplus in the form of bonus. Everyone, if my allocable surplus is less than minimum bonus, how much bonus I should pay? Minimum bonus I need to pay. But the deficit, then the deficit I'll carry to next 4 years. I'll claim set off in the next 4 years. Suppose if allocable surplus is something between minimum and maximum, then distribute entire allocable surplus in the form of bonus. Suppose more allocable surplus, if my allocable surplus is greater than maximum bonus, how much is the maximum bonus? 20%. 20%. In that case, maximum bonus I will pay is 20% of the wages. Something more than 20% of the wages, I will carry it to next year in the form of set on. Everyone, can I continue? In my example I told only one requirement. Suppose this is 60,000 is the minimum bonus. Maximum bonus is, for example, 90,000. Now when I will pay maximum bonus? If my allocable surplus, listen carefully. See, this 60,000 is a normal standard living, for example. Richest standard living is 90,000 rupees. Now you will understand in a better way. So if I get profit of 60,000, I'll incur normal living 60,000 0. If I get 75,000, normal cost of living, somewhat above premium, above par but below premium, 0. If I get 90,000 rupees profit, I will incur 90,000 expenditure. Here also balance will be 0. But if I get 1,10,000 rupees, something beyond my premium living, I'll spend only 90,000. Balance 20,000, I will save it. Suppose I got 40,000 only. Minimum how much expenditure required? 60,000 required. So minus 20. Already previous year surplus is there, it becomes 0. Suppose I got a 2 lakhs income, but my premium living, premium nature of living requires how much amount? 90,000 only. Then how much amount will be carry forward? 1,10,000. But here Carry forward is maximum restricted to maximum bonus, that is 90,000 only. Remember carefully here, in this case 110 to be transferred, but I won't transfer 110. Maximum transfer is restricted to 100% of maximum bonus. Now based on this, can you tell me this question, can you solve this question? Minimum bonus is 1,04,000, maximum bonus is 2,50,000. What is minimum bonus? 1,04,000, maximum bonus 2,50,000. Now just look at the allocable surplus here. This is amount equal to 60% to 67%. 60% for banking companies, 67% for other establishments. So this is allocable surplus. Look at these points, you will understand that calculation. My allocable surplus is equal to minimum bonus. Now what bonus I will pay? I'll pay minimum bonus. Now set on set off carry forward nil, total set on set off nil. Suppose I got 6,35,000. What is my maximum bonus? 2.5 lakh. I'll pay 2.5 lakh. What is the balance amount? Balance amount 3,85,000 rupees. Correct? Correct? Allocable surplus means what? You tell me. Allocable surplus means that portion of profits allocated to employees in the form of bonus. That means 6,35,000 belongs to employees actually. But we are paying 2.5 lakh and we will carry 250 only, because maximum carry forward is restricted to 250 only. So set on with respect to year 250. Next year I got 220, but I am having surplus, no carry forward surplus is there, no. Here I'll use some 30,000. 2.5 lakh I will pay and set on is 220. Sir, why it reduced to 220? Array, already you used 30,000 in the current year. 30,000 from year 2. Next year I got 375. No need of set on set off. I'll use 250 and I will carry forward 125. Now here you can see 2 set ons. Year 2 set on 220, year 4 set on 125. Next year I got 140 only. But opening allocable surplus plus current surplus, it is exceeding maximum bonus, I'll pay 250. So if you observe, I need to utilize 1,10,000 rupees from opening balance. Which 110 I should use, sir? Is it year 2 surplus or year 4 surplus? And the answer is chronological order. Year 2. Year 2 I'll use 1,10,000. So balance 110 you can see here. Next year 6 310 is there. I'll pay 250. Set on 60,000. Here you will see set on for year 2 is 0. Sir, why 0? Because maximum carry forward is 4 years only. Year 2, here one time I carried, 2 time I carried, 3rd time I carried, here 4 years completed. Year 2 just add 4 years. 6th year set on for year 2 is nil. Expired. Getting my point? 1 year already completed, 2 years completed, 3 years completed. By here 4th year also completed. Now here set on is 2 amounts only. Year 4, year 6. Current year I got 1 lakh. Now what I will do? My opening surplus how much is there? 125 plus 60, 185. 185. Both put together it is greater than maximum bonus of 2.5 lakh. So I will pay 2.5 lakh. For 2.5 lakh, how much amount I am using? 1.5 lakh I am using. Chronological order adjustment should happen. So from this 125, I will use 125. Next from this 60,000, I will use 0.25. So next year set on will be 35,000 only. Am I able to understand? Next 8th year nil. Heavy loss. Opening balance 35. 35 minus loss means loss only. In case of loss, minimum you have to pay this much bonus. So for that 35,000 I am using it. Now set off 8th year 69,167. Next year 10,000. Again pay minimum bonus. It's like your home requirements. EMIs are there, rents are there, etc. etc. Whether you get income or not, you have to meet those expenses. So set off 94,000. So set off 2 years. Next year you got 215. Don't distribute 215 itself. First there is earlier setups are there, right? Earlier setups are there, or opening set off. So you calculate it. It will fall below 104,167, but you have to pay 10167 minimum. You have to pay minimum bonus. So how much amount left over with that set off 1 year? Yes, 1 year set off. Second year also some portion set off 52,501. Now you understood set on set off. How many years I can carry forward for set on set off? 4 years. Adjustment, how I am making set on set off? Chronological order or the order I like? Chronological order. Now this concept over, ma. If the allocable surplus is in any accounting year exceeds the maximum bonus payable, then shall be carry forward for set on for up to 4 succeeding years as per rules. How much amount I can carry forward? Max 20% of total wages or salary I can carry forward. Set off, if in any accounting year there is no allocable surplus or insufficient, then you have to pay minimum bonus. After payment of minimum bonus, carry forward set off. How many years? Next 4 years. Other cases, principle of set on set off as provided the rules shall apply to all other cases for bonus payments under this code. Normal point only. Adjustment should be in chronological order. That means first in first out, like that. First set on, first set off. When calculating bonus, set on set off amounts from earliest accounting year carry forward shall be adjusted first. First you understood this example, my standard of minimum standard of living, and this is my premium of living. If I get more income, premium living, less income, standard living. Based on this only, I shown this one. Next, now set on or set off over. Now let's see pending points in the above case. Oh, tell me, so how much is the maximum bonus? I keep pending, only those points I will read. How much is the maximum bonus? 20%. Set on set off how many years? 4 years. Next, cooling off period, first 5 years. I started establishment today, trail run is going on or production is going to start. First year definitely I'll be in loss. Second year definitely I'll be in loss. In losses, if you ask me, pay minimum bonus, is it a burden on me or not a burden on me? Burden on me. New industrialists will come or will not come? Will not come. That's why to encourage new industrialists, first 5 years of establishment, if you have profits, pay bonus. If you have losses, don't pay bonus. 6th year onwards, you can start paying bonus. Minimum bonus you have to pay. But here there is one small headache. Listen carefully. Small headache is there. First 5 accounting years after employer starts selling goods services, bonus is payable only in the year where employer makes profit. No profit, no bonus. But 6th year, you see, for the 6th accounting year, set on set off will consider 5th year, 6th year. Sir, 6th year minimum bonus, maximum bonus applicable, no? Then why 5th year came? Suppose 5th year, even though without profits, you paid bonus voluntarily. If you want, you can carry it. 5th year related amounts, you can carry it from 6th year onwards. For 7th year, you can carry it from 5th, 6th, 7th years. That means 5th year is voluntary. If you want, without profits also you paid bonus in the 5th year. Or high profits are there, you decided to transfer it to the next year, set on. So from 5th year onwards, if you want, you can carry. But from 8th year onwards, normal procedure. It's like first 5 years, bonus is profit is there, pay bonus. Set on set off will not come. 6th year onwards it will come, but if you want to follow, you can follow from 5th year onwards. 8th year onwards mandatory. 8th year onwards mandatory, because by 8th year 5, 6, 7, 8, 4 years getting completed. Set on set off. Special points. Profit is considered only if depreciation as per Income Tax Act has been provided and all past losses, arrears of depreciation have been fully set off. Profit criteria for bonus, if it is a profit linked bonus, production linked bonus, profit linked bonus, calculation will be like this. But remember, allocable surplus, available surplus, that formulas only will apply. Trail production not considered. Trail production, first after construction of metro, do you think they will allow directly passengers? No, they will conduct some 1 month trail runs. They will try to understand, they will try to observe any deficiencies are there or not. Similarly, 1 month trail production, you made a trail production, goods are very good. You sold those goods, you got profit. From that profit, payment of bonus required or not required. Trail run production, sales during trail running of factory, prospecting stage of mines, oil fields are not considered. Why? Because trail production means you may get a profit, you may get a loss. Contingency is there. No standard, contingency is there. That's why don't consider those revenues, don't consider those profits. If I tell in profits you pay means loss means don't pay. Contingency. If any issues arises, appropriate government will decide after giving a chance to both the parties and above provision shall apply to new departments, undertaking, branches, existing establishments. You know ma, for payment of bonus applicability, how many employees should be there? 20 or more. ITC company is there ma. For example, one company, 3 branches, software wing, FMCG wing, and hotels, for example. In software, 8 employees are there, FMCG 8 employees are there, hotel also 8 employees are there. Now individually how many employees are there in each undertaking? 8. Up to 20, I mean less than 20, greater than 20, less than 20. Now payment of bonus applicable or not applicable? You should not check individually, you should add them. Completely you should add them. Consolidated basis 24, which is greater than 20, payment of bonus is applicable. Various departments, various branches, whether geographically North India, South India, suppose two different branches, but you have to sum of all the employees. Proportionate reduction of bonus. If an employee has not worked for all working days, then minimum bonus exceeding 8.33% of actual working days wages, bonus shall be reduced proportionately. That's what I told you. Suppose 7,000 calculation, 7,000 into 12 months into 8.33%. If you have worked for 12 months, this is the calculation. You work for only 9 months, then I will take what? I will take, I'll take 9 months or 12 months. I'll take 9 months only, into 9 months into 8.33%. That means proportionately getting reduced or not reduced, proportionately getting reduced. Note, if an establishment has multiple departments, undertakings, branches, whether it's same at different places, they shall be treated as one establishment for the purpose of bonus computation. However, if a separate balance sheet, separate profit and loss account is maintained for any of them in accounting year, it is treated as separate establishment for that year unless it is already treated as a part of main establishment. Suppose holding subsidiary company you take. I am having holding company, I am having subsidiary. Companies are clearly told both are different companies. So employees will get bonus based on this company's performance. It's not holding subsidiary. Think about it's a head office, branch office. What ma? One is head office, other one is branch office. Right from commencement of branch office, we are preparing financial statements separately. For branch separate, head office separate. Getting my point? Suppose in head office more profits are there, employees of head office will get maximum bonus. In branch office less profits are there, employees of branch office will get a minimum bonus. That means bifurcated, separated, amounts calculation is separated. Getting my point, everyone? Suppose if you prepare financial statements on consolidated basis, so P&L includes head office figures and branch office figures, then no bifurcation, all employees will get a bonus based on the consolidated financial statements profits. This bonus completed, some procedural questions are pending. Let's continue our discussion with the pending concepts in Code on Wages 2019. So here comes our topic, Central Advisory Board and State Advisory Board. In the provisions of minimum wages, we have seen central government is having power to fix floor wages. But for fixing floor wages, central government take advices from Central Advisory Board. The reason is these advisory boards, they know ground level reality. Based on ground level reality, they will advise central government. Accordingly, central government will frame rules, will frame regulations with respect to floor wages. So here we are having two advisory boards, Central Advisory Board, State Advisory Board. State Advisory Board advises state government, Central Advisory Board advises central government. Now who are the members of these advisory boards? Let's see. CG shall constitute CAB. So who constitutes Central Advisory Board? CG. Consisting of members representing employers, members representing employees, both are in equal number. That means employer representatives, suppose 15, employer representatives will be 15. That means both employer representatives and employee representatives will have equal voice in the meetings. Employer representatives, they think about employers. Employee representatives, they think about employees. And for taking unbiased decisions, independent persons will also be there. 1/3 of this advisory board, maximum, not exceeding, maximum 1/3 of the total members shall be independent persons. That means neither belonging to employers, nor belonging to employees, and 5 representatives of state governments. 1/3 of the total members shall be women. Reason, women empowerment, that's it. Women empowerment. An independent person shall be appointed as chairperson who can make decisions in an unbiased manner. The board shall advise central government on fixation or revision of minimum wages, employment opportunities for women. That's why 1/3 of the total members shall be women. Extent to which women may be employed in the notified establishments. See, there is no partiality with respect to women. We can't employ women on, in factories where hazardous process is going on, moving machines, because it may affect women workers' health, safety. Other matters under the code. CG may issue directions to the state governments based on these advices. CG, based on the advice of Central Advisory Board, they give directions to these state governments. Next, state advisory boards. Who constitutes state advisory board? State government constitutes state advisory boards, whereas CAB, central government. Same matter ma. State advisory boards advises state government regarding fixation of minimum wages, employment opportunities for women, extent to which women may be employed in the notified establishments. Other matters referred by state government. And this board may form committees, subcommittees to address these issues. If you remember, in company, you will see board of directors. Few directors will form committees like CSR committee, nomination remuneration committee, audit committee. You remember, right? So CSR committee is responsible for CSR activities. Nomination remuneration committee is for nominating directors and fixing the remuneration. Audit committee is for independence, auditor independence, and they will go through the related party transactions. If at all needed, they need to give permission, or else related party transactions can't be carried out. So similarly here also, board may form various committees, subcommittees to address ground level issues. The board and its committees shall consist of employer representatives, equal number of employee representatives, and independent persons not more than 1/3 of the total. So employer interest protected, employees interest protected, both can make unbiased decisions for that independent persons also there. 1/3 of the members must be women. This is also common point. An independent person shall be appointed by state government as chairperson of the board, appointed by the board as chairperson of the committee, subcommittee. So for committees, subcommittees, and for this state advisory board, in all these committees, in all these boards, who will act as a chairperson? Independent person. State advisory board chairperson is appointed by state government, whereas board appoints, state advisory board appoints chairperson of the committees. Getting my point? See, state government appoints chairperson of board, that means SAB. SAB appoints chairperson of committees. Getting my point? In the above case, central government it is. Simply copy this text, except D point, copy this text. In the place of CG, write SG. In the place of central advisory board, write state advisory board. That's it. Remaining everything is common only. While advising on women employment, board shall consider number of women employed. Only one woman working in a factory. Correct? Minimum, how many female workers are there? Nature and hours of work. Because generally compared with men, women body is not strong, not much stronger. Men body is stronger. It can face any kind of difficulties. They can lift excessive weights. Getting my point? No partiality, but board itself is telling type of work, nature of work, hours of work, suitability for employment, and need for part-time and other opportunities. Considering the nature of work, board will fix employment opportunities to the women. The state government may issue directions after considering SAB advice, state advisory board advice, representations from the establishments, employees, and others. Both the central advisory, state advisory shall regulate their own procedures. Terms of office shall be as prescribed. 3 years or 4 years as may be prescribed. Next one, payment of dues, claims, and audit. So simply You just tell me what is the role of Central Advisory Board, State Advisory Board. Simply, what is the role? Advising central government, advising state government. Who will be the members? Employee representatives, equal number of employee representatives, independent persons not exceeding 1/3 of the total house. And who appoints chairperson? Central government to state government. What matters they will look into? Fixation of minimum wages, revision of minimum wages, employment opportunities for women, nature of work, number of working hours, everything. Same points. You just remember. But coming to state advisory board, they can form various committees. Clear? Next, payment of dues, claims and audit. Every employer shall pay all amounts due under code to each employee. Under this code, what employer is paying? Salary as per minimum wages act. Timely payment of salary. Timely payment of salary as per payment of wages act. Next, bonus as per payment of bonus. Next, no discrimination as per equal remuneration. That means, in this entire code, we are liable, employers are liable to pay salaries and bonus. That's it. All amounts due means either wages or salary plus bonus. If employer fails, then the company, firm, association, proprietor of the establishment will be responsible. Firm has meaning assigned under Indian Partnership Act 1932. Firm means partnership firm. So what is the need of identifying the employer? Because if employer is not traceable, then who is liable to employees? If you are unable to identify employer, then who is liable to employee? That's why first we need to identify employer. If you tell manager is responsible, manager will tell director. Director will tell managing director. If you ask one partner, come on, pay the salaries, he may tell another partner. Like that, there is a chance of escaping. So to avoid that, yes, we are telling that company, all directors, firm, all partners, association, in case of sole proprietor, proprietor is responsible for payment of the dues. Undisbursed dues in case of death. If dues can't be paid due to death of employee or unknown, that means, ran away. We are unable to trace out that person. Where about an employee, they shall be paid to the nominated person under the rules. In case of deceased employee, dues shall be paid to nominee. If no nomination exists, then shall be deposited with prescribed authority. Once paid to nominee or deposited, employer is discharged of liability. That means can employer maintain employee dues? No, because if you allow employer to maintain dues, he may use that money for business activities. Is this his money or not his money? Or not his money? It belongs to employee. If employee is not there, pay it to nominee. If nominee is not there, pay it to authority. Now once you make payment to the authority, your liability gets discharged. Claims and procedure. Appropriate government may appoint one or more gazetted officer to determine claims. For example, you take bonus only. Bonus, how much bonus they are entitled to receive? Either minimum or maximum. It depends on what? It depends on allocable surplus. Now listen carefully. Minimum bonus, allocable surplus. If allocable surplus is less than or equal to minimum bonus, then we have to pay minimum bonus. You remember? Suppose if allocable surplus is greater than minimum bonus but less than maximum bonus, in that case, entire allocable surplus shall be distributed in the form of bonus. If allocable surplus is greater than or equal to maximum bonus, then we will pay maximum bonus. That is the criteria, yes or no? Employer is not following this criteria. Employer is giving only minimum bonus. Profits are huge, profits are there, but employer is giving a minimum bonus only. Then appropriate government appoints gazetted officer to check whether any claim is there or not. The authorities may award compensation up to 10 times the claim based on circumstances. Aim to resolve claim within 3 months. If employer is a fraudulent person, definitely who will be at loss? Employees will be at loss. So employee, for every 1 rupee due, you will receive 10 times. So this is a better protection to the employees as well as penal measure to the employers. If employer they are not determining the dues properly, then they are liable to compensate. How many times? 10 times they need to compensate, and that settlement should be happen within how many months? 3 months. Speedy settlement. If the employer fails to pay, the other authority will issue recovery certificate to the collector, district magistrate, who shall recover it as a arrears of land revenue. The same point, payment of gratuity act we seen, employee provident act we seen, ESI act also we seen. Recovery certificate means, if your municipal taxes are pending, state government is having power to sell your property and entitled to recover dues. Similarly, here also, dues to employees can be recovered similar to arrears of land revenue. Applications may be filed by employee or registered trade union or inspector cum facilitator. Inspector cum facilitator. He works at ground level. All these, central government, state government, top level you can see. But who will be accessible to the employees? Who will access the employee records? Inspector cum facilitator. So inspector cum facilitator, upon verification, he came to know that employee should receive 2000 rupee bonus, but employer paid only 700 rupee bonus. Now inspector cum facilitator will file an application. They are not getting eligible bonus, sir. A single application may be filed for multiple employees of an establishment. That means, victims, for example, 100 employees. How many victims are there? 100 employees. Instead of filing 100 applications, file one application having all these 100 names. Time limit, 3 years from the date the claim arises. The authority may condone the delay of sufficient cost. 3 years. You remember? Do you remember time limitation act? Limitation act. If debt is not paid or not redeemed within 3 years of maturity date, then it becomes time barred debt. Time barred debt enforceable or not enforceable? Not enforceable. So within 3 years you have to file an application. No sir, I don't know about these provisions. Upon showing valid reasons or upon showing the reasons for delay, yes, your application, authority may accept your application. Authority and appellate authority have civil court powers under CPC 1908 and are deemed civil courts under CRPC 1973. So any dispute with employer with respect to claims, directly you can go to authority, because authority is having all the powers that are there to civil courts. As a result, civil courts, criminal courts, for them workload reduced, increased, reduced. Getting the point? Next, reference of disputes. Disputes regarding fixation of bonus, eligibility of bonus. Application of bonus provisions to a public sector establishment shall be treated as industrial disputes under Industrial Disputes Act 1947. Regarding fixation of bonus, regarding eligibility, employee, he is drawing a salary of 20,000. He is temporary employee, for example. Now there is a doubt whether this employee gets bonus or not. According to the provisions of payment of bonus, if employee is working at least 30 days in an accounting year, that employee is eligible to receive bonus. Eligibility fixation. And public sector establishment, I told you, public sector establishment, bonus applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. But any undertaking or any unit which is running business in competition with private sector undertakings, and from that unit we are getting 20% of the total income, then that unit is covered under payment of bonus. So whether applicable or not applicable, these two disputes are regarded as industrial disputes covered under Industrial Disputes Act 1947. Next one, presumption as to the accuracy of financial statements. Financial statements generally means audited financial statements. I told you, whenever you are issuing financial statements, along with financial statements, you need to attach audit report. If audit report is attached, financial statements are audited financial statements or unaudited, audited. If audited, blindly you can trust financial information. In the proceedings before authority, appellate authority, a tribunal or arbitrator relating to the disputes or an appeal, if balance sheet and profit and loss account of an employer are duly audited by the C&AG or by the auditors and are produced, then such authority, such tribunal, such arbitrator may presume their accuracy, and it shall not be necessary for the employer to prove their correctness by affidavit or other evidences. Generally, in court you can see cross-examination. Before cross-examination, a person will come and he will bring some Bhagavad Gita, one book Bhagavad Gita, and some oath will be taken. Whatever I am telling in this court of law is complete and correct. Why? Tomorrow, if it is proved that this fellow is making allegations, fake allegations, this person will get a punishment. Unable to attend courts, Now what judge can do? He will issue commissions. That means commissioner will come to me. He will collect statement from me. I will sign it. The same will be attested. The same will be authenticated by advocate or advocate. Then it becomes affidavit. Next, so if the financial statements are audited, we presume that they're accurate. Not necessary. What not necessary? Again affidavit to again evidence is not necessary. If authority, tribunal, arbitrator is satisfied that financial statements are not accurate, it makes steps to verify the accuracy. That means re-audit, like supplementary audit. Conduct one more time audit, supplementary audit. I told you in government company, C&AG if not satisfied, he may call for supplementary audit. No, only one area to be verified. Then he will call for a test audit for that one area. Next, clarification on financial items. If an application is made by a trade union or in the absence of union employees seeking clarification on any item in the balance sheet or profit and loss account, because gross profits we calculate based on the financial statements. Gross profit minus deductions plus tax saving, we get available surplus. What we get? We get available surplus. Ma, you understood available surplus, allocable surplus, right? Because I shown the notes. Available surplus. In this available surplus, 60% is known as allocable surplus for banks. 67% is known as allocable surplus for other establishments. Yes or no? Now based on allocable surplus, we determine whether minimum bonus or whether maximum bonus. So that's what. Looking at these financial statements, if they have any doubt on the item, suppose research and development is there. Last year it is 5 crores, so this year it is 50 crores. Why this much increase? They had a doubt. So then they can ask. Then the authority, tribunal, arbitrator may direct company to provide clarification. Why 10 times increased? Within a specified time. We are giving you 10 days time. Within 10 days, you explain your employees or you explain your union, trade union, why research and development got increased by 10 times. The corporation company shall comply with the direction. Next, audit of accounts. Employers not being corporations, not being companies. That means sole proprietors, partnership firms, companies. Companies body corporates means audit is mandatory. Yes or no? For a company audit, mandatory for companies or individuals? Companies. Then for individuals, what about audit? Is it mandatory? Not mandatory. Then what is the solution, sir? Very simple. If audited accounts are produced in disputes appeals regarding bonus involving non-company employers means right here itself, sole proprietor, partnership firm or association of persons, then presumption as to the accuracy of duly audited balance sheet, duly audited profit and loss account shall apply mutatis mutandis. In case of sole proprietorship, partnership, if accounts are audited by them voluntarily, even though act is not there, they are getting their accounts are getting audited, then we can place a presumption regarding accuracy. But if accounts are not audited, then authority deems an audit necessary, it may direct employer to get them audited within a specified time. Yes, respectively. Suppose if it is a sole, if it is a company, if it is a corporation, how we took presumption, here also we will take same presumption. Now B point, if you observe, audit not done and authority thinks that audit is necessary, then authority will direct sole proprietor, come on, get your books of accounts audited. If employer fails to comply, authority may get account audited itself. First, who will do audit? Sole proprietor will conduct audit. He need to appoint a auditor and he need to get books of accounts audited. But if sole proprietor is not following authority instructions, then authority may get that accounts audited itself directly. Next, if the accounts are audited as per authority directions, presumption as to accuracy of the duly audited balance sheet, profit and loss account shall again apply. Audit expenses, who should bear these audit expenses? Employer only. My auditor will work at free of cost. Suppose after becoming cost accountant, you obtain certificate of practice. If someone comes to you to do audit, will you provide services at free of cost? No. So audit expenses, who should bear? Employer. If in default, such amount shall be recovered by authority as arrears of land revenue. That means not only employee dues, but also auditor dues. If sole proprietor is not paying fees to auditor, then how fees will be paid? How fees will be paid? Arrears of land revenue. Arrears of land revenue means, they will issue recovery certificate. Based on recovery certificate, properties will be sold off and audit fees will be paid off. Next, appeal procedures. Appeal procedures. Suppose you are not convinced with authority orders, then what you can do? You can prefer appeal. Aggrieved party may file an appeal against orders passed before appellate authority within 90 days. You don't know about this provision, that's why you made a delay. Extension allowed on showing sufficient cause. Because of these reasons, I couldn't file appeal, sir. I'm busy in gathering evidences. Like in JB movie only, you take JB movie. Whenever public prosecutor or whenever Mr. Rao Ramesh sir is bringing a new witness, new evidence, immediately Surya sir will ask extension, some 3 days, some 4 days, like that. Here also, appellate authority must be an officer of higher rank than the authority. Of course, if you are not convinced with high court judgment, will you go to district court or will you go to Supreme Court? High court gave judgment against to you. Appealing means going to Supreme Court or going to district court. Because district court is bound by high court judgment. High court is bound by Supreme Court judgment. So if high court is not giving judgment in favor of you, if you are aggrieved party, you can go to Supreme Court. Here also, authority order you didn't like. Now you can prefer an appeal. That officer should be a rank above authority, not below authority. Like, don't go to district court, go to Supreme Court. Here also, don't go below this authority. Don't go to the officer below this authority. Go to the officer above the authority. The appellate authority shall hear and dispose of the appeal. To do so within how many months? 3 months. That means speedy settlement of claims. Delay na speedy. Dues ordered by appellate authority shall be recovered through recovery certificate. So here also, employer lost the case. Employees won the case. Employees dues shall be paid off. Like how? Appellate authority is having right to issue a recovery certificate. Based on that, assets will be sold off. First, establishment assets will be sold off. If not sufficient, employer assets will be sold off. Records, returns, notices. Every employer shall maintain registers with employee details, muster roll. For casual workers, that means for daily workers, they maintain muster rolls. It's like attendance register, ma. Muster roll is similar to attendance register. Wages and other prescribed particulars. Employee details, one record. Muster roll means attendance record, attendance register. Wages, other prescribed particulars. Every employer shall display a notice at a prominent place in the establishment containing about this code. Why? Do you expect a employee with knowledge of all industrial laws, with the knowledge of labor laws? So that's why at least basics he should know, so that exploitation of employees can be saved. That's why about this code, not complete code, abstract material points which are beneficial to the employees, abstract of the code, category wise wage rates, wage period, date and time of wage payment, and if you have any disputes, you can go with whom? Inspector come facilitator, name and address of inspector come facilitator. So these things shall be displayed in a notice board. Suppose workers are in factory, can I keep this notice in a head office? I should keep this notice at all places where employees are working. In which language, sir? In Korean language. In the language known to the employees, at least majority of the employees. Every employer shall issue wage slips to employees in prescribed form and manner. Wage slips means, how much you are entitled to receive. So that this wage slip will act as an evidence whether employee is getting paid correctly or very less amounts he is getting payment. Suppose you went to DMart, you bought items for 1000 rupees. Will they give invoice or they will not give invoice? They will give invoice. It will act as an evidence. So wage slips, whether you are getting paid as per minimum wages or not, what document will act as an evidence? Wage slips. Exemption A to C, that means above points, do not apply to the employers of not more than 5 persons for agriculture or domestic purposes. Suppose you are having some 5 acres of land, cultivation activities you are taking on, and you are having only 4 workers. Now, for 4 workers also, tell me, maintaining register, maintaining attendance register, collecting details of the employees, PAN, Aadhaar, next giving wage slips. Like, work is this much, but we are exposing a lot. Getting the point? That means, business very less, build up is very high. Business low, build up high. Why? Less than, not more than 5 persons, only 5 employees are there. You can remember 5 employee details. For that also register, maintenance, wage slip, etc required. Display of notice also required, not required. That too for agriculture and domestic purposes only. Suppose you take factory, 9 employees are there. First you keep this code. First you give them wage slips, because it is applicable to all the establishments, all employers, all employees. Only for agriculture and domestic purposes, if employer is having employees not exceeding 5, that means 5 employees are there, no need to maintain. However, on demand, such employers must produce reasonable proof of wage payments. Show the bank statement as a proof, or at least if you are making payment in cash, take signature on the receipts. So those receipts will act as an evidence that you are paying wages. Domestic purpose refers exclusively to the home or family affairs of the employer and excludes commercial, industrial, business activities. It's like maid services. Maid services at home, they comes under domestic purpose. Now, canteen workers in the factory, they are not treated as domestic purpose. That is a commercial establishment only. Next one, inspector cum facilitator. At ground level, who conducts raid, who conducts inspection, who conducts search? The fellow is inspector cum facilitator. If this fellow is not there, definitely employers will maintain fraudulent records. Because of this person, employers will have a fear. Oh my God, if I maintain improper records, this fellow may come, he will search and he will seize the documents. So the appropriate government by notification appoint inspector cum facilitators for enforcement of this code across the state or geographical limits or establishments as assigned. Suppose complete state or all chemical factories in Andhra Pradesh, in Tamil Nadu, in Karnataka. That means, all the establishments in a particular state or particular establishments in the state. The government may notify an inspection scheme including web-based inspection and electronic information collection. Web-based inspection means, today how everything is getting recorded digitally or manually. Digitally. Employee is getting insurance number, insurance code is there, PF code is there. So if you want to inspect employee records, using that number you can verify employee records. You can, using the number you can also verify employer records. Web-based inspection is also allowed. Jurisdiction for randomized inspection may also be conferred via notification. So we will tell for Chennai, this officer. Now this officer can inspect each and every establishment in the Chennai. Getting my point? Like you take for example corporator, particular area, mayor, complete district, MLA, particular constituency, MP, again particular constituency. All inspector cum facilitators are deemed public servants like IAS, IPS, MPs, etc. So deemed public servants. Powers of inspector cum facilitator: advise employers, workers on code compliance. Suppose employer is illiterate, employee is also illiterate. They are following good practices, but they are not maintaining registers because they don't know about code on wages 2019. Now, inspector can advise them, maintain registers in this way, update them periodically like that. Inspect establishments as per assigned jurisdiction and government guidelines. One is giving advices and second one is inspection. Now, tell me, code on wages. In this code, what is the main concept? Wages is the main concept. Getting my point? So about claims only, he will do anything with respect to claims only. Additional powers include examine powers found on premises. Are you getting minimum wages? As per state minimum wages circular, state government recently issued a minimum wage circular. For you, 7,500 is the minimum wage. How much you are getting? Like that, examining persons. If he is telling, sir, I am getting 9,000, okay, no problem. Sir, I am getting only 6,000. Yes, there is a problem. Require information about name and address of the employer. Search, seize, copy records relevant to any offense under the code. Report abuses, defects not covered under the existing laws. Exercise other prescribed powers. Suppose, employer is making employee to work for 16 hours in a day. Abuse only. Employer is misusing his power. So this information you found, even though this information is not covered under this code, but still report it. Persons required to produce documents or furnish information shall legally bound under Indian Penal Code. That means, tell me, who is asking information here? Inspector. He is not judge. But still, whatever information he is asking, you are legally bound under Indian Penal Code to submit the information. Search and seizure procedure shall follow CRPC 1973, Code of Criminal Procedure. For making search and seizure, certain procedure we need to follow. Suppose you take S3 movie. For creating arrest warrant, Surya sir produced all the documents. Documentary evidences can't be challenged. Okay, Binami is there. Binami in the custody of police can't be accepted. Beside, judge is also there. Now it can be accepted. So following a particular procedure to arrest an NRI, non-resident Indian, judge gave arrest warrant. So here also search warrant seizure. For that, the respective procedures are already prescribed in CRPC. That is not there in our syllabus. Follow the procedure and do search and seizure. In big movies, for example, Malana movie, Vikram sir, Shreya madam, one movie is there. It's all about income tax raids. They will conduct raids. In raids, suppose they found some 300 crores. They report only 30 crores. Balance 270 crores they will distribute to the public. Gang movie also. But gang is completely illegal. Without any power, they are doing search. They are making seizure. Search means first we will identify whether any irregularities are there or not. Irregularities are found. Some black money is there. We will seize it. And we will account it to government. Penalties for offenses by the employer. The code prescribes penalties for offenses by an employer such as paying less than due wages, paying less than minimum wages, contravention of any provision. Within 8 months pay bonus, he is not paying. And he is also not applying for extension. Now this is nothing but contravention. So code prescribed various penalties, various offenses for the employer mistakes, such as less than due wages, contravention of any provisions. Penalties depend on the nature of offense. That means severity of the offense. Imprisonment may extend up to 3 months and fine may be up to 1 lakh rupees. Next one, cognizance of offense. Sir, cognizance of offense means what? Without written complaint, your case will not be entertained. For example, J-Beam movie you take. Initially, Surya sir filed a petition. So and so person is missing. Mr. Raju is missing. Now, first court decided whether to admit it or not. Habeas corpus. He quoted habeas corpus and he requested judges. So judges decided, okay, let's continue. Let's entertain this case. Entertain this case means let's continue hearing and everything. That is different case. This is different case. Like every employee, whenever he is getting a doubt, going to the authority, sir, we need investigation, sir. First, you file a written complaint with inspector. He will come and verify. Any deviations he observe, he will forward your application to us. Then only we will take action. That is the point. Understood? Everyone. Next. Court shall not take cognizance of offense under the code except on a written complaint made by appropriate government, employee, registered trade union, inspector cum facilitator. Without written complaint, cases will not be handled. That means orally if you go and tell, they will not listen to you. First, you file a written complaint. Upon investigation, if it is proved that yes, employer committed mistake, then appropriate authority will take action. Only metropolitan magistrate or judicial magistrate of first class. I already shown you the hierarchy of courts. hierarchy of courts. Metropolitan magistrate, this level. This level or above level only they can entertain these cases. That means they will listen to the cases. Below courts, no, they are not having power to handle these cases. Power to impose penalty. Appropriate government may appoint officer not below the rank of secretary to the government of India. Chief secretary of the state, CS not company secretary, chief secretary. So appropriate government will name CS, chief secretary of the state, or chief secretary of the government of India, or above the people rank to conduct an inquiry in the prescribed manner. An inquiry officer shall have powers to summon and enforce attendance of the persons, call for evidence, call for the documents deemed relevant. Upon satisfaction of offence, officer may impose penalty as per said provisions. So in scam 1992, if you observe, so when Harshad Mehta scam is getting exposed, central government, one person appointed one officer, central government, so authority appointed one officer to conduct detailed investigation. In this process, that officer is able to reach prime minister. Maybe prime minister is also one suspect. Like that, when information is going on, his boss or his superior removed this fellow from the position. That's what, in that way only officer appointment happens. Penalty for offenses. Penalty for employers paying less than due wages, fine 50,000. Repeat offenses, that means subsequent offenses, same offenses, within 5 years, imprisonment up to 3 months or fine up to 1 lakh or both. That means once you committed offense and you paid 50,000 fine, next 5 years, sit silent. No sir, I will do same mistake only. Then fine will be doubled. Bonus, holiday period also there. Up to how many months? 3 months. Contravention of any other provision. Here paying less wages to employees, severe offense. Whereas other provisions means non-maintenance of registers, non-compliance of authority orders, fine is up to 20,000. And for this repeat offense, within 5 years, imprisonment up to 1 month, fine is exactly double, 40,000 both. Somewhat code on wages is recent act, no? That's why 40,000, 1 lakh, realistic amounts you can see. But payment of bonus, they forgot to increase that bonus limit. 100 rupees, still 100 rupees is there. Minimum bonus 100 rupees means, for lollipop only. Or dairy milk chocolate, he can take it and he can consume it. Non-maintenance, improper maintenance of records, fine up to 10,000. Okay, then CD punishments are other than payment of dues, other than non-maintenance of records. Maybe non-compliance of authority orders. Before initiating prosecution, inspector cum facilitator shall issue written complaint for complaints within the specified time. If complied, no court to proceedings. That means no legal proceedings. If not complied or if repeated violation within 5 years, no second chance, prosecution shall be initiated. Now this time no compromise. Everything, authority will take care of it. Authority may call for witness, authority may issue summons, authority may issue commissions. Detailed process will go on. Tell me, compromise better option, detailed legal procedure better option? Compromise a better option. You will find time to do business. Detailed legal procedure means whenever they call for, you need to attend court hearings. Court hearing means authority hearings. Offenses by the companies. Sole proprietor committing these mistakes, imprisonment is there. But for company committing these mistakes, imprisonment, who will enjoy that imprisonment? Person in charge. If you remember, in NI Act also same point, person in charge or person responsible shall be deemed guilty. For example, HR manager. Unless he proves, I forgot, gratuity only. Gratuity or PF, employer is innocent. But first employer is responsible. If employer is able to prove that his innocence and if he are able to find out actual offender, then actual offender gets punishment. That actual offender should be produced within 3 months. In industrial laws only we have seen these points, yes or no? So if actual offender is not found, employer gets punishment. That's what here also you can see. Unless he proves no knowledge of offense, exercised due diligence to prevent it. If the offense is due to the consent, connivance means, I told you 2 times, connivance means blind. Blind means unable to see or no. Blind means when this mistake is going on, when this fraud is going on, he stopped objecting the people. Silently he allowed them to do such kind of criminal activities. Or neglect of any director, manager, secretary, officer, such person shall be deemed guilty and still and liable. So persons committing fraud will get punishment. Persons having knowledge of fraud also will get punishment. Company includes body corporate, firm, LLP, other association of individuals. Director in a firm is a partner. Partner in partnership firm will get a status of director. Accordingly, he will get punishment. Next, last 2 points. Composition of offenses. Composition of offenses. Offenses not punishable with imprisonment only may be compounded. For an offense, suppose 1 year imprisonment is compulsory. This can't be compromised. You have to enjoy holiday period. You have to go to jail. There is no other option. But offenses where only fine is the punishment, then it can be compounded by a gazetted officer authorized by appropriate government for 50% of the maximum fine. If you go to authority, detailed legal proceedings means, detailed legal proceedings means, filing an application, waiting for court hearing, that means, authority hearing, producing documents, verification, final judgment. It may take 3 months time. No sir, I'm not having that much time. I'll admit my mistake and I'm ready to pay fine. Then pay 50% of maximum fine. All the legal proceedings will be stopped so that you will find time. So this is nothing but compromise only. These offenses can be compoundable. Pay 50% of the maximum fine, all legal proceedings will be stopped. But compounding benefit is not there within the next 5 years for repeated offenses. So you compounding you can take only once in 5 years. Once you took compounding, next 5 years don't repeat that offense. If you repeat it, compounding benefit is not there. Detailed procedure will come into the picture. Earlier compound of similar offense or conviction of similar offense. Next one, officer acts under the direction and control of appropriate government. Application for compounding to be made as prescribed. If compounded before prosecution, no prosecution shall be initiated. If compounded after prosecution, officers shall notify court, accused shall be discharged. Failure to comply with compounding order, additional payment of 20% of maximum fine plus original fine. No offense shall be compounded except in accordance with this section. Just look at JB movie only. That case went on a single day or single week or single month. No, it took many days. And in that case, we already know who committed that offense. If that person, voluntarily admit himself, sir, I did a mistake, sir. Out of pressure only I did a mistake. Then since you saved court time, you will get less punishment. But that compoundable is not there for imprisonment related offenses. The compoundable is there only for fine related punishments. If you see above cases only, non-maintenance or improper maintenance of records, what is the fine? 10,000 is the fine. You pay 50%, you admit it, that's it. You have saved the court time, so your case will be striked off. This compounding application you can file before start of prosecution, or even if prosecution started, you can file application for compounding. Now prosecution proceedings will be stopped. That means you are admitting your mistake voluntarily. Tell me, this is beneficial for whom? Both for court and offender. Court time will be saved. Offender detailed prosecution proceedings can be stopped. Last one, miscellaneous. Courts shall not entertain suits for recovery of minimum wages, unauthorized deductions, wage discrimination or bonus if the claim is subject to proceedings, if the claim is already subject to direction under the code, has been adjudicated, could have been recovered under this code. Suppose you already filed complaint in one town police station. Suppose Chennai, tell me 2 police stations, 2 area police stations. T Nagar police station is there. In T Nagar police station, you already lodged complaint. You already filed complaint. Another one? Another police station? Nungampakam police station is there. Okay, Nungampakam police station. Here also registering the same complaint. Is it any sense at all? Already these people are doing search operations. So already your claim is pending before authority. ignoring it, again coming to court means, do you think court will accept it? No, already lower court is going, they are verifying the things. No, suppose high court is giving judgment. Before that, even if you go to Supreme Court, what Supreme Court will tell? Let High Court do its duties. Let High Court perform its duties. If you're agreed with High Court judgment, then come to me. Why unnecessary wasting court time like that? So if already it is subject to court, subject to authority, then don't file a suit with courts. Court time will be saved. No suit, prosecution, legal proceedings shall lie against appropriate government or its officers for anything done in good faith under this code. For example, you take inspector come facilitator only. He is making search operation simply for what purpose? To know irregularities. You are maintaining data confidentially. You are maintaining confidentiality of the data. Inspector come facilitator, outsider person coming forcefully entering into your premises. You are not opening the door. That's why he broken the door. Now he is verifying the records. Now can you file complaint on inspector come officer facilitator? No. Why? He is fulfilling his duty. Yes or no? If suppose if cases on inspector is allowed, if cases are allowed, suppose that the inspector is committing mistake, if you file case, no problem. He is acting in good faith only. Now if you are filing cases on that person, if court allows that cases, what happens? No inspector will do duties perfectly. He will remain silent. Understood? Burden of proof. If claims relating to the non-payment, less payment of wages, unauthorized deductions, burden of proof always lies on the employer. Employee will not have any knowledge about these things, that's why don't ask employee, ask employer to fulfill these things, to fulfill the things that are required under Code on Wages 2019. Any contract agreement by which employee waives rights to the wages bonus under this code is null and void. Tell me, agreement in restraint of legal proceedings, valid or void? Agreement in restraint of legal proceedings. I don't want any legal proceedings. I will not marry anyone. Like that, agreement of marriage, agreement in restraint of marriage, agreement in restraint of legal proceedings, completely they stands null and void. In Code on Wages, many provisions are giving rights to employees. Employee claim minimum wage. Employee claim minimum bonus. Now, employer at the time of appointment, he is telling you can't enforce Code on Wages rights. If you agree, I'll give you a job. You agreed? Come on, sign the bond paper. Sign the agreement copy. In that agreement copy, employee clearly told, I don't want any rights mentioned in the Code on Wages. Now that agreement enforceable or not enforceable? Not enforceable, null and void. So that means through an agreement, you can't prohibit employees from claiming their statutory rights. Overriding effect. Court shall override inconsistent law, award agreement, contract of service in force at the time of law. Getting the point? Overriding effect. Court shall override inconsistent law. Suppose any other labor laws, if it is unsure with respect to determination of minimum wages, unsure with respect to calculation of bonus, calculation of surplus, in those cases, code will superride all those laws. Delegation of powers. Appropriate government may by notification delegates its powers under the code to officer, authority subordinate to CG, SG, officer, authority subordinate to SG if SG is the appropriate government. With respect to investigation, with respect to fixation of minimum wages, if appropriate government is having powers to do these things, they can also do the things by delegating its powers to the officers. It's simply like principal and agent. As a business person, I can do n number of things. Since time constraint is there, I can appoint agents. Through agents, I can do the works. Here also, appropriate government from time to time by delegating its powers to the officers can do lot of things. An employer charged with an offense may bring actual offender before the court. If proven due diligence was exercised, the act was without his knowledge, consent, without his conveyance, then employer will be free from charges. Actual offender will be punished. Same point, same point repeated. Which point? Yeah, 1A point. Employer, straight away employer is liable. But if employer is able to bring actual offender, employer is proved innocent, then employer will get no punishment, actual offender will get punishment. No amount deposited by an employer with appropriate government or amount due from government shall be liable to attachment by the court decree except for dues owed to the employees. That means employer is not paying minimum wages, employer is not paying minimum bonus. Now appropriate government seized employer properties, for example. Now these properties cannot be used for settlement of other debts. It can't be used for settlement of other debts. First, after selling these properties, first we will settle claims of the employees. Balance, if any, can be used for settlement of other debts. Understood, everyone? So this is all about code on wages. Penalty for offense, you can see here, pays less amount. You can see here, pays less amount. Fine will be up to 50,000. Repetitive offense within 5 years, fine will be up to 1 lakh, imprisonment up to 3 months or both. Improper maintenance of records, fine up to 10,000. Contravention of other rules, fine up to 20,000. Repetitive offense, fine up to 40, imprisonment up to 1 month or both. So no court inferior to metropolitan magistrate or judicial magistrate of first class will entertain these cases. But I told you, if already matter is with authority or appellate authority, now court will not accept these matters, because you go to those courts, you go to those authorities and get it solved. Inspector cum facilitator also we have seen. Dispute will become industrial dispute with respect to fixation of bonus, eligibility of bonus, application for payment of bonus by public sector undertakings. Yes, claims under code, everything, payment of dues claims, short points, you can see section 44, 45, 46. So with this code on wages completed.